Hello, everybody. This is Piers Fawkes of PSFK and Retail Innovation Week, and welcome to the Future of Retail Festival. It's a 3-day program where we're trying to cover some of the most pressing issues facing retail, whether it's store experience and the design of that experience, whether it's e-commerce and how we embrace e-selling skills, or whether it's DTC and how brands can embrace and can use direct consumer strategies to connect with new audiences. The session has been created. There's a whole bunch of talks today. I'm hoping to see many of you at the different sessions. All these talks are free, and I hope to chat along with you in the chat box that you can see in the panel beside me. And so please do ask questions. We'll be fielding questions to the speakers throughout the day, and it's great to have you. The sessions have been created out of research, and so the speakers have been curated, have been invited based on research that the research team at PSFK has developed. And so we wanted to kind of open each of the days with a talk about where Scott Latcher, who's partner of PSFK and runs the research and strategy team, and his colleague Lauren Lyons will present a landscape and explain how explain the trends that we see taking place when it comes to store experience design and what that might mean for retail. Okay, so please welcome Scott Latcher and Lauren Lyons.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon if you're joining us from places where it is the afternoon. My name is Scott Latcher, as Piers mentioned, and I am joined by my colleague, Lauren Lyons, who is one of the architects of the report that we are going to be sharing with you today. We have a limited amount of time, so I am going to go ahead and share my screen. As Piers mentioned, we will be sharing research from one of our reports today, and we'll be repeating this over the next couple days as well. Obviously, today's talks are focused all around the physical store experience and what that will look like moving forward. I think we all have experienced some shifts and changes as a result of COVID, some which will be temporary and some will be a little bit more long-standing. I think it's safe to say that the physical store experience is going to change based on the behaviors and needs of people as they sort of enter into the physical space and contemplate, putting themselves at risk to some degree. Obviously, that affects both shoppers as well as the employees who are working within the store as well. I also think that one of the things that we've talked about quite a bit is the acceleration that's happening in terms of digital's impact on the retail experience. And I think the store experience will certainly be much more hybrid in terms of the way that technology will play a role with that, both in the pre-shopping experience as well as once people enter into the stores. So with that as the background, what we will be presenting today is an abbreviated version of the findings of this report. We're just going to quickly look at some of the new consumer expectations coming out of COVID, and then we'll dive into the shopper journey, which is where we'll spend most of our time today. We're going to look at 7 stages in that shopper journey and some of the key trends that we're seeing within that space. And then we will leave off with some takeaways for retailers to consider based on the trends and the examples that we're discussing today. So just as we look at some of the shifting consumer expectations that are taking place, some of this are things that have resulted directly from COVID, but at the same time, I think A lot of these things are tried and true in terms of what consumers are looking from, in terms of both retailers as well as brands more broadly. But for the purposes of today, we'll think about this from the standpoint of that sort of shopper experience and that store journey. So the first is open communication. I think, as all consumers today sort of contemplate the uncertainty that we're all sort of living with, this notion of transparency has been hugely important. But more so as they sort of approach the uncertainty of a shopping experience, they're looking to understand what that particular retailer has in place in terms of the safety protocols, et cetera, wanting to know basic information in terms of what the store hours are, if there's new policies in place, all of those things. As mentioned, I think the sort of pre-planning that's going to be happening in terms of the shopping experience, much more of that is going to be front loaded and be digital first or mobile first in terms of how consumers approach that. So having the information to make the right decision about when to visit, again, what to expect when they arrive. Hand in hand with that is this notion of inventory, which has always been a key part of that physical experience, but even more so now when I'm potentially putting myself at risk, making sure that the thing that I'm actually looking to buy is available in the store that I'm going towards. Safety first. I think this is really going to be for the foreseeable future, something that's going to guide consumers' decision making process. Is again that sort of risk tolerance. What are the protocols that are in place? What do I need to know? And also from the standpoint of how the retailer is protecting its own employees as well. That sort of frictionless desire is something that we've been seeing, accelerating as we've gone through, but making sure that even more so that if I'm in that sort of get in and get out mentality, that all of that is in place. And then finally, really sort of appreciating the retailers that are putting solutions in place to, at all stages of the journey to help me achieve what it is that I'm looking to in that end-to-end visit. So let's just take a quick look. We'll be diving into these each more in specifics, but how we're reframing this new shopper journey. And in many cases, it looks very similar to what we've known before. I think some of this front end piece, the pre-visit planning and this sort of arrival and check-in phase are the things that are going to be the most sort of new coming out of the sort of COVID situation that we're in now. But certainly as we look at the trends, each of these stages are going to be subtly changed and sort of impacted by people's new behaviors and the sort of technologies and services that are in place to help, sort of mitigate some of the risk associated with that. So let's dive in. As mentioned, within each of these particular trends or stages, we're going to be highlighting a few trends. For the purposes of today, we don't have enough time to cover everything. The full report is going to be available to everyone who's listening in. So you will be able to sort of see the full breadth of the report. But for the purposes of today, pre-visit planning, again, is sort of thinking about how the consumer is preparing themselves to actually visit a physical store. As mentioned previously, I think some of that research was already taking place, but I see this being sort of even more front-loaded in terms of how people prepare themselves and ultimately feel like they have control over the situation heading into that. So as we look at two of the trends we're going to highlight here, as mentioned at the start, this notion of inventory is going to be hugely important. If I'm taking the risk of visiting a store or even previous that sort of the last thing you want is for someone to come visit a store expecting to have something available there and have it not be there when they're looking to purchase. And so this is all sort of tied into and is very foundational in terms of delivering a great customer experience going forward. And so taking that sort of inventory that exists in the context of individual stores, thinking about that as connected across channels and bring that front and center to the consumer so that they know that certain things are going to be in place. Obviously, within the sort of height of Corona, one of the things that was most relevant was people grocery shopping and not being able to buy certain essential goods. But this is going to be sort of cut across all industries and types of retail as we go forward.
So within this trend, when we were researching, we came across a few different apps that had popped up because of COVID, and they were more peer-based. So they were helping consumers report on what they were finding in store, and letting other consumers know where they could go to shop for them. But for this example, we wanted to call out Google Shopping because they were able to update their technology to allow for consumers to find local products, and updated their nearby feature as well. So shoppers could see in real time what was available to them. And then with this as well, just being able to connect retail or consumers to product in real time is going to continue to be, we think, a big offering.
Yeah, and I love this notion of sort of near me shopping, which again, outside of the sort of current situation, I think is going to be hugely important, especially as we see consumers adopting these sort of mobile first shopping behaviors. And so this is brings that sort of desire or intention right up through the ability to actually understand where a product is available near me, and then obviously go into a store and purchase it, which I think is really interesting. And with a lot of what Google has done recently, they're really trying to sort of move closer into that sort of shopping experience and begin to be sort of connect search through to purchase ultimately. I think this is one of the biggest things that's obviously going to change as at least in the near term. But I think this makes a lot of sense as a strategy for retailers to begin adopting sort of moving forward. And this is this notion of making appointments. Obviously, this is something that has existed sort of in luxury retail for a very long time. But as we start to see this desire to limit the number of people who are in store, ultimately, less browsing taking place within the physical sort of footprint, having the ability to have an appointment with an expert, whether that's a stylist or someone who's, really sort of cued into technology or whatever the case is. They can pull items ahead of time based on a questionnaire, and really sort of collapse that retail experience all into sort of a contained experience to some degree. And obviously this is just having the training in the back end to have store associates sort of ready and able to sort of deliver on this experience, and then ultimately the transactional component of it in terms of the scheduling side of things as well.
So within this trend, we wanted to call out Parachute, which is a D2C bedding and home goods brand that has opened a few different concept stores across the US. And for them to be offering these appointments, they're helping their shoppers to feel a little bit more in control of their experience. But they're also, being able to deliver an experience in their stores that they have wanted to. Maybe, foot traffic isn't as good as they want it to be, but they're adding this element of experience to the store. So with appointment making, we definitely see this going ahead as a service that stores could continue to be offering for like a a long-standing service versus something that's just temporary.
Yeah, I think this is really where a lot of value can be sort of derived within that experience. Again, we know how important the store associate is in that sort of physical experience of shopping, and when they can begin to develop these one-to-one relationships with consumers, and then really begin to personalize that experience for them. This is sort of opening the door for more of that to take place. Another thing that we think is interesting is really, especially again, given this notion of uncertainty, and consumers wanting to take control over the experience is, are both sort of accelerated behaviors that we're seeing. And so this sort of en route experience and this whole sort of arrival and check-in process, which previously might not have existed. Obviously, you just walk into a store typically, and then you're on your way. But as a result of that, this is really sort of a focus area for how consumers are ultimately sort of welcomed into the store and what that sort of arrival experience looks like. And I think some of this is very much related to that sort of informational and safety related, but there's also, I think, the potential for this to also be treated a little bit as a hospitality experience potentially as well. So with that in mind, we look at this notion of what we're calling en route preparation. And this can be within the context of an automobile and or the mobile device, which is, again, providing these sort of real-time updates to consumers so that they have the most up-to-date information about whether that's store policies or store hours, whatever it is that's sort of necessary to help consumers feel prepared as they arrive at a store. And then even we're starting to see the ability to sort of deliver experiences within the context of the automobile, where consumers don't even need to can sort of drive in and be served at their vehicles as well.
So here we're calling out Sam's Club, who's offering in-car shopping services for at-risk members of the community. And how it works is when you arrive at the store, you can call in. A Sam's Club employee will come out and meet you, take your order. You submit it through their mobile app. They'll discuss any substitutions with you and then go in and actually do your shopping for you before coming back out with what you had ordered. So this is just a service that we see as a way for retailers to kind of meet consumers on their way to stores now as well, and kind of offering an additional service there.
And then in the context of sort of store traffic, obviously different people have different risk tolerances in terms of how they ultimately want to feel sort of personal space within the context of a store, and starting to think about how many people can be in a physical environment at any given point in time. And again, sort of thinking about how both retailers begin to mitigate and manage some of that traffic within the context of their stores, as well as giving that information front and center to shoppers so that they can make their decisions. There is this sort of notion of, and I'm sure we've all experienced this to a degree, of queuing now for stores. And this is helping people, again, sort of make decisions based on how busy a particular store is.
And so with traffic flow, I mean, we've seen everything as analog as tape on the floor, just as markers. But then also from another point of view, you have a lot of retailers who are repositioning their actual infrastructure in stores. So one example we wanted to call out was Kroger's Q Vision. And so this is them just using their own proprietary technology via infrared sensors and additionally predictive analytics to oversee, the amount of shoppers in one of their stores at any given time, helping them to control that and just make sure that everyone's as safe as possible.
And then within the actual, as we sort of get into the store itself, thinking about that browsing and discovery experience and how perhaps touch is no longer as sort of appropriate, at least in the immediate sense, and how we can start to think about some of the contactless experiences that can begin to exist within that context as well. This notion of virtual associates is something that exists purely in a digital context, but I think is also interesting when you start to think about pairing that in the context of the physical store. So, you are actually physically looking at products or considering making decisions, and then you have the ability to either tap directly into an in-store associate or someone who's remotely seated wherever, and can provide all levels of advice and guidance, etc.
So here we have an example of APC, which is a ready-to-wear line. Their in-store associates are able to connect via appointment and virtually with interested customers who want to be shown the latest collection, walked through, maybe have their employees try pieces on for them just to get a better sense of what the product is, how it looks on. And then they're actually able to complete purchases as well with their consumer within these virtual in-store visits. So another example too, that we're seeing a lot of this is with another product called Hero, which is doing a great job of virtually connecting in-store experts with consumers via appointment on demand. So it's an interesting service to see coming to life.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think one of the things that I think is fascinating about this is obviously when stores were closed and no one could go inside, treating them literally as a showroom or a media channel where associates could be inside and showcasing the product to remote consumers. And so I think this is something to consider sort of long term, is how the design of the store helps sort of influence and sort of enable some of that in terms of this almost like studio experience, if you will. Voice is obviously something that has a lot of potential within the context of just the shopping journey in general, but certainly within the context of the physical store as well, as we start to think about how people are literally guided through voice-activated services without having to needing to touch anything, and it all can be done through smartphones primarily, and/or as we start to think about sort of next generation hearables, then I think there's some interesting opportunities there as well.
So an interesting example of this that we came across was the Amazon-owned Echo earbuds connecting with Amazon-owned Whole Foods. So when shoppers enter stores or are nearby, they can see if a Whole Foods has what they need on their shopping list. Once they enter the store, they can be directed by their phone assistant to where that product is located in the store, and then can check out. So this is something that has started popping up, but is definitely on our radar going forward.
Yeah, this is definitely very nascent, and we've certainly seen examples of this being delivered within the context of the employee experience as well. Again, sort of as when we start to think about the physical products specifically, and how that can be augmented within the context of how it's merchandised through technology and what some of those new sort of display sort of aspects can be within the store. I think there's some interesting ways that we're seeing this play out as well. This first sort of notion of augmented merchandising, which is again sort of thinking about how AI and sort of AR technology as well can begin to deliver information based on how people are interacting with products, and sort of create much more of an immersive browsing experience.
So here we're just calling out Perch Interactive, who uses, previously they used computer vision technology in kiosks within stores. Customers could come up and pick up objects and then have information displayed on a screen for them, giving them more information. With COVID, that obviously touch points became a no-go for a while. So they were able to update their tech offering, and now consumers are able to simply point at the product they'd like to learn more about, and that information will appear on the screen for them, giving them a better understanding of everything about it.
And then certainly thinking about this in the context of using the mobile device as a key touch point or sort of interaction point within the context of that sort of browsing experience as well. We're looking at specifically how the image recognition technology through the mobile device and camera can interact with sensors and QR codes, etc. Again, providing another layer of information as well.
So here we have My Menus Online, who's working with QSR restaurants and helping them to allow customers to just simply scan a menu and order via their mobile device that way. They're eliminating, menus being passed amongst restaurant attendees, and then also just, employee interaction as well.
Yeah, and I think what's cool about this is that this, again, sort of closes the gap in terms of that search experience. You don't necessarily need to download a specific app, and it's presenting that information all kind of front and center for that particular consumer in this instance. There's a lot happening within the transaction space as well, and I think this was one of the first places to sort of shift in terms of how people are literally checking out within the context of a physical store. Again, some of this has been already in movement, but certainly I think it's accelerated the desire for people to particularly start to use mobile in terms of that that sort of transactional experience within stores. Again, sort of thinking about QR optimization is literally, again, sort of using the mobile device as the sort of touch point for checking out. A lot of this is sort of scan and go, and then literally presenting a QR code as you exit, and then being able to check out there as well.
So here we're just calling out Fairway Markets, whose checkout app now consumers are able to use as they go about the store, add items to their cart, and then when they go through checkout, simply scan a QR code, pay, all within the app for an easy time.
And then the biometric space is, again, something that's pretty nascent, but potentially interesting to consider when you have the ability to use things like facial recognition and or sort of other ways of identifying individuals uniquely, and having that as the sort of way where you don't even necessarily need a piece of technology there as well.
So just here, a quick example of biometric system used within a restaurant. Customers can have their faces scanned and reorder favorite meals. When you're ordering for the first time within this restaurant, it'll prompt you to complete a facial scan, and then the next time you visit, it'll have your order saved and payment history as well.
And then as we think about the pickup and fulfillment space, obviously sort of shifting, in some instances, consumers are, literally buying online and picking up in store. That has changed and accelerated within the era of COVID, but certainly something that has continued to sort of grow, and looking at some of the new ways that retailers are starting to think about that experience as well. Lockers certainly are something that have existed to a degree. This can create a level of frictionless experience, depending on that sort of layer of interaction there, and then can sort of create an additional layer of safety associated with this. So again, rethinking what that experience potentially looks like.
And so here, just looking at sealed lockers, as Bopsis really migrated to curbside, just seeing how you can bring customers back in store safely. So allowing customers to pick up and drop off any type of e-commerce order or return within your store, and just adding another reason to come inside.
And then certainly, at the sort of height of everything that we've been experiencing, sort of thinking about what it looks like for consumers to sort of pull up and literally have items deposited in their trunk without necessarily having to have any contact with a store or any associates as well.
And so an interesting collaboration that came out of this was Michaels and UPS. By creating UPS stations at every Michaels, customers can drive up, check in with a Michaels associate, receive their packages, and then also receive any Michaels orders that they had ordered as well.
Yeah, and I think what's cool here is that it's incentivizing people to obviously interact with the store. Certainly that will change as people are able to sort of shop in the physical store as well. And then lastly, as we look at sort of some underlying in-store capabilities that have resulted from this, again, this specifically thinking about how employees' jobs are changing or shifting as a result of this, and how safety is sort of maintained throughout that sort of end-to-end process. Robotics is, again, something that maybe previously we've thought was a little bit crazy and outlandish, but again, as we think about all of the various tasks and things that employees need to do within the context of the store, perhaps their time could be better spent doing things like customer service, as opposed to running around and scanning shelves and doing inventory checks. So thinking about that role moving forward.
And I think just for time, if we want to wrap with the last trend here.
Okay, cool.
And then let everyone know we can share this report as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on time, Lauren. So this final trend is just looking at the sort of safety policies that retailers are starting to put in place. And I think this is really interesting just as a marketing exercise as much as it is sort of an operational strategy as well. And this is just really being sort of front and center about some of those safety policies that are being put in place, and advertising those to consumers so they, again, know what to expect as they enter in.
And then this is just for a last example, American Eagle Outfitters. They really refitted half, I'm sure more now, of their US stores to really come and represent all of these new changes. So consumers walk in, they're greeted with masks if they need it. Everything is set up and merchandised as a way for people to not be tempted to really touch. And then also just making sure that visual cues are everywhere within each store.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, Lauren. Great presentation. As mentioned, we'll drop a link that will allow you have to sign up for, basically you can get a free trial of the PSFK IQ membership, and with that you'll be able to download the report. It's a seamless process, and we can drop that in the respective links for the locations that you're viewing in. But thanks so much again. If everyone stays tuned, we have Emily Schilt from Pop-Up Grocer coming up next. I believe she will be in conversation with PSFK's founder, Piers Fox.
Well, thank you to Scott and Lauren for that first talk, and hopefully that provided a framework to think about some of the issues and opportunities when it comes to store experience design. We wanted to start the session and bring on some of the external speakers with this first talk with Emily Schilt of Pop-Up Grocer. Emily is a pioneer. She's been exploring kind of new formats, and particularly around grocery, and considering kind of the challenges out there. We know that Emily's been looking to kind of launch new formats and has recently just ran a 3-week pop-up in Austin. And so we wanted to speak to her today and get some feedback on how that went, and the themes and the strategies she had to employ to kind of really kind of create an effective and engaging retail experience in considering the circumstances. So please welcome Emily Schilt of Pop-Up Grocer. Hey, Emily, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I'm great. It's exciting to have you as part of this. And, when we were thinking about the speaker list, I really wanted to kind of reach out to you and get your feedback. You're so actively engaged in the retail experience, but at the same time, your approach is nimble, agile, and I thought that the audience could get a lot of learnings from kind of listening to kind of your experience and your advice. So thanks for being here today.
Awfully kind of you. As I was telling you, I'm woefully unprepared for this. I was just at the store all day, so my head is scrambled, and hopefully I have one remotely intelligent worthwhile thing to say here. So
why don't you just tell us a little bit about how you describe Pop-Up Grocer and some of the history there?
Sure. So Pop-Up Grocer is a traveling showcase of the newest and most innovative products in the CPG space. And we roam the country, opening up for 30 days at a time in various cities, and platform to those brands for exposure among largely an audience of just conscious consumers, people like me and you, also people in the industry, media, influencers, buyers, investors, people who can really make a difference in the future of their business.
Mm-hmm. And how long? So where have you run where have this manifested in the past?
So we've done 2 in New York, one in LA earlier this year, just before COVID hit, and then one just closed here in Austin this past Sunday.
That's great. Well, I'd love to talk to you about Austin and your experience and how it compares to what happened in LA and New York, and the new ideas. Because I think, as I recall, you were about to go live and the crisis all hit, and I'm sure that forced you to rethink a few things. Have you, maybe we can start, have you got any images? Maybe you can show the audience what you created in Austin.
Sure. I mean, here's the real test. Let's see, guys, if I can do this. Share my screen. It's quite a challenge for me. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And I think Piers taught me how to do a slideshow. So let's see.
There you go.
Am I?
You're working. It's working great.
So this is the exterior door, which we gave some more bold prominence. So I need to press play.
It's in downtown. It's in downtown. Yeah, it was in downtown.
Yep. Oh, see, I knew I would fumble, and we practiced.
We're all with you. We're all supporting you. It's fine. The work is great. So let's enjoy it.
So this is the interior here. Got a nice selfie mirror, which distance makes the heart grow fonder. Lots of people photographing themselves in their masks, which we require wearing in the store. And this is some of our selection here. Upon entry, we had hand sanitizer. We sanitized our baskets, so we let people know that there. And we let just 4 people in at a time.
That's great. So remind us, you said, you know, a lot of these products are like for conscious consumers. Can you just tell us a little bit about the kind of the range?
Yeah, did you want
One more time.
do you want me to leave that up?
Yeah,
Or
you
how
can do that. It's there. It's striking. It's great. So, tell us a little bit about the types of products that you're selling there again.
So largely food and beverage products that are new to the market. Sometimes we launch them for the first time, you know, they're a space altogether. And then some home, pet, and body care products as well.
That's great. So maybe you can just take us through some insights about what was going on in your mind as you were trying to launch a store and you saw this kind of thunderstorm coming as well. You know, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what happened there.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be fully led into my emotional roller coaster.
Come
I
on.
don't want to experience that. Yeah, I mean, coming to the decision to open amidst all of this was not easy. Everything was working against us. But ultimately, when I realized about what we offer beyond that I just named, it's really joy in the experience of discovery. And I just thought that if people could still have that, and especially knowing how important that is, and how much it maybe evoke some sense of normalcy for people, to feel happiness and joy again, that we should probably exist more than ever before. And we are an essential business as a grocery store, so in a position where there's no possibility of being shut down. And once we implemented some safety measures and I kind of wrapped my head around what that would look like and what that would mean, it became more manageable. And yeah, and ultimately we were able to see it through. So
Yeah. Was there a lot of in terms of physicality, did you do a lot of redesign or was it a bit of shifting around? So what were some of the kind of practical things you
So
had to do?
usually in our space, we do encourage communal gathering. We have a community table with stools around it where you can sit and hang. We've got like a living room space with a couch. We've got singing. So, you know, we encourage you to take your time. We encourage you to connect with other people there, have a meeting, you know, whatever it is that you like. This was much more streamlined, so we removed all of those gathering elements. We implemented private appointments where your visit was really just 15 minutes long. Because we only allowed 4 people in at a time, we had a pretty steady line outside. So we were just moving people in and out a bit more fluidly than in the past. And yeah, we had more of a rectangular sort of obvious traffic flow as well, where, you know, it was
Mhm.
just around, and we had markers to indicate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I think of your retail experience as a place of discovery. You know, people picking objects up and putting them down and checking them out and things like that. Um, it must have been a challenge just kind of thinking through some of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, we sanitized everything. We had reduced product on the floor. We required people to use hand sanitizer upon entry, so everything, you know, they
Hmm.
touched was remaining clean. And we sanitized the baskets, and yeah, operationally there were a lot of additional
Yeah.
elements.
How did you maintain a sort of kind of sense of fun and enjoyment and joy? Uh,
Yeah, worried about that. I mean, even just walking in and having masked employees, I worried people would feel a sense of fear and uncertainty that they're at home. But you up the ante as far as customer service, as far as attending to people and giving them human interaction, which is not something that people came to our store. Like, this is the first time that I've been out of the house. And we really tried to respect that too by giving this, but offering them as much conversation as they wanted to have too, because I think, people are without that, sadly, right now.
That's really insightful. Kind of like that's a nice learning point for all of us, is thinking about where these people, our shoppers, our customers, our community have been for the last few months, and how we should respond to that. Even in the line outside, was there any special consideration or communication with the people, these people who are lining up to come to your store?
Yeah, so that's an additional staff member that we implemented, was someone to be jovial and educational, informative, for the people in line. They set expectations for what was going to be the experience inside the store. They offered beverage samples as well. So it's very hot here in Texas, so waiting in line is one thing, but waiting in line in the 95-degree heat is another thing. So we kept them hydrated, we kept them excited, and I think it really just added to the experience because they were already sort of on a good foot before they even entered our doors.
Was there any, how are you managing expectations? Were these people already signed up to come to the store, or was there any social media kind of conversation around what to expect?
Yeah, I mean, the social media aspect was challenging this time, upfront about that. I mean, in addition to the national crisis of the coronavirus, we also had civil unrest, and it wasn't appropriate to be pummeling people with information about groceries. We didn't have the desire to do that either. There were protests going on downtown. So, it's for a business that relies on a very short sprint of marketing. We were really worried that would greatly impact traffic. But I think people are just really excited to get out of the house and really excited to be in a space where they're feeling happy, but also where they can actually buy the things. It's like the lipstick effect. It's like a bag of chips is kind of a luxury. A bag of chips is a luxury item right now that you can actually afford.
Did you, in terms of the conversation around inclusivity and justice, were you able to respond to that, or do you already have that in your company? I mean, I guess you had already spent all this time planning, and you were already open, and suddenly these things were happening around you. Were you able to respond, or would you have any advice to anybody about how to kind of embrace or interact with that?
Yeah, I mean, we giving back is as an element of our business model, and has been since we began. So with each store, we give 5% of our in-store sales to a charity that we usually crowdsource from the local community. So in the past, we've given to Lower East Side Girls Club in New York, or in LA, we gave to the Wildfire Relief Fund. So this time, the 5% that we gave, we didn't crowdsource because we just knew we had to give it to something that was COVID related. And it went to an organization called Altogether Austin, and they support those disproportionately affected by the virus. So that was already set up. But yeah, I mean, as far as advice, like just transparency and honesty. And for us, again, it was quite difficult because we really want to acknowledge something and then just keep going about business as usual. And at the same time, we have this very short period where we have to promote our event. So I'm looking forward to kind of returning to some of those communication points that we really want to make sure we've spoken to moving forward.
Well, I think you've had this kind of pretty rare experience of kind of running retail during this time. There's a whole bunch of people in our community who've had to close stores, have not had to kind of deal with this yet. As you think about what your next plans are, I think you're thinking about even coming back to New York. How are you going to do things differently? What did you learn? what did you learn? What are the kind of the good things that kind of you learned out of this experience, and how will you adjust in New York?
Yeah. So our store traffic altogether for the store was about equal to, slightly greater than our store in LA, actually. And our sales were a lot stronger. So each person that visited, like our basket size was a lot larger. So each person that visited spent a lot more. And I really attribute that to the private appointments. So not just because of sales, because that's really not our objective as a business. It's about brand awareness and exposure and, but I think giving people the opportunity to come with more intent and more commitment and thus be more engaged. And on the opposite end of that, for us to be prepared with personal recommendations according to dietary restrictions or allergies, etc., just makes for a more customized experience. So I think that's something that will carry through. I don't know what a post-COVID world is or if that exists, but you know, for the foreseeable future for us, I think we're going to continue with that. Definitely in our opening in New York, probably reduced in-store capacity as well.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to echo an earlier point about this kind of human connection and engagement with the community, where it's and probably that you therefore need to think about your staffing or invest in your staffing as much as the products range.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, it's a great time to employ wonderful, as there are so many people far more qualified available to us, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I'm
that's
grateful
great.
for that.
And then, I see if there are any questions on the chat, but what's the future plan for Pop-Up Grocer? Are you looking for partners? Are you looking for distribution? Are you looking to go international? What
All of the
next?
things.
Yeah.
I mean, we launched eCom during this time. So we have boxes now that are a selection of items from the store that's live at that time. So moving forward, we're going to continue with some of our Austin selection for a while, and then we'll start to distribute that from New York. So we're going to evolve that into a subscription and really grow that aspect of the business alongside these pop-ups. And that's kind of always been the plan. It's something that was just accelerated as a result of all of this. But yeah, world domination, sure, I'm down for it.
Well,
Yeah,
love
we
to
get
help.
calls all the time from the UK specifically, so I'm hoping we can go to London soon.
London. I'd like to go back to London. Go to the pub. Deep Asher asks, how do we list a brand with Pop-Up Grocer? How do they lobby you to get to be considered?
Yeah, we love to be lobbied. You can email hi@popupgrocer.co, or you can go to our website and enter the information on the submission form there. The three things we look for are you doing something interesting, new, novel? If it's a product, does it meet a certain set of nutrition and ingredient standards? And then 3, does it look pretty?
Does it look pretty? That sounds very subjective. Okay, that's wonderful. Emily, you are a true pioneer. It's been exciting to kind of follow your journey. I've known you for much longer, and so it's been great to kind of follow your career, how you've always been an innovator, and now you've kind of taken your responsibility. And it's obviously not difficult just to run your own business as it is, but to be able to kind of soldier on and do this is an inspiration for myself, and I'm sure for everybody who's watching. So Emily Shields of Pop-Up Grocer, thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Well, that was great. That's a great conversation with Emily Schultz. I enjoyed it very much. I hope you did too. I hope you enjoyed that too. And it's great to kind of have these pioneers who are kind of really exploring the boundaries and the edges of retail. Next up, we have Nadine Steklinski, whose career I've been following for a long time as well. Nadine, I first met Nadine when she was doing some pioneering projects at Target, building brand new brands and having really great effect there. And I was excited when she opened up her new agency, her new company, and started to kind of provide advice to kind of other retailers and other brands out there. So I wanted to, she was at the top of the list when I kind of reached out to people in terms of speaking, especially in terms of kind of store experience and merchandising and building brands. And so I'm looking forward to this session when Nadine's going to take us through some of the ideas she has when it comes to store experience design. Please welcome Nadine Steklinski.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. Thank you so much, Piers, for the introduction. I hope you guys are enjoying the amazing day that Piers and the PSFK team has put together for us. I am so excited to be here to share some of my thoughts with you guys today. As Piers said, I have founded a new agency called Brand Love Lab. We are a small team of brand building experts. And one of my team members, Meredith Ernst, is going to be on chat on the YouTube Live. So if you guys have questions as I'm going through things, she will be there to try and answer them. Before owning my own firm, as Piers said, I worked for Target for about 18 years, a little over that, building brands across a wide variety of businesses within their own brand space. And I consider Target one of the best teams in retail, and I'm so grateful for that experience that I had to learn from some of the best. Prior to Target, I was at Nike and Ralph Lauren, and I was working in a design capacity. So I wanted to start today with just a quick moment of gratitude for three of my mentors. And I wanted to do this because when I think about how work gets done, nothing ever happens in isolation, and the people you surround yourself with are so important. And it's very likely that any little nugget you might take from my talk today is derived from something that one of these amazing humans taught me. So the first is Todd Waterbury. He's the Chief Creative Officer at Target and an incredibly compassionate visionary. The second is Amanda News, who's currently the VP of Corporate Responsibility and the President of the Target Foundation. Amanda was my business partner on the rebuild of Target's kids and baby brand portfolio, and she is an incredibly inclusive leader. And when I talk about some of the building blocks today, so much of what I learned came from her. She's very innovative and an incredible creative force for good. And the third is Maureen McGuire. And Maureen is a futurist and insights expert at Target. She is a secret weapon of understanding what's going on from a micro and a macro level. She synthesizes human-centered insights in a way that I've never seen. And she always creates these remarkably sticky stories, helps you take action on things that are just around the corner. So anytime I feel like I'm not being audacious enough with my ideas, Maureen is the first person I think to call. So thank you to them. Thank you to everyone that had a hand in what I'm going to talk about today. I know a lot of my Target family is supporting me today by watching, so thanks to them. So I called this talk, when we were thinking about what to discuss, I called it Designing with Generosity, Building Brands That Thrive. And I've been thinking about it a lot as I prepare to talk, because And I started thinking about how this idea of equity has been a common thread throughout my whole life. When I was a kiddo, my dad used to always say to me that I had an inflated sense of justice. And I'm pretty sure that that comment was directed at my status and behavior as a middle child. But I also like to think of it as an early recognition of who I am as a person and my desire to live in a world and create a world that's equitable for everyone. So as I got to outlining today's talk, I started wondering about this word generosity, and if it is the right word for right now. I live in Minneapolis, and I watched in horror with the rest of the world as George Floyd was murdered on camera in broad daylight. Generosity doesn't likely seem like enough right now. Living in a time when so many humans are not thriving, it requires us to take a deep look at how and what we are doing is holding so many people back. And only after that reflection can we really consider how we build brands that help others rise and that thrive. Amanda and I always used to say to our teams at Target that the strategies we create should unlock the ability for everyone that walks through the door to see themselves on the shelves and in the work we create. And when you're working at the scale of a Target or a Walmart or a Nike or an Amazon, that's a vast majority of the country. That is a very broad and deep plate of people that you're serving. And so the idea of being as audacious as striving to create work for everyone, it's a super kick-ass goal. And it is, a very inspiring idea to think about. But it requires a tremendous amount of rigor and compassion, and most importantly, an awareness of your individual and team limitations and blind spots. Imagine if we dig even deeper and open our eyes just a bit wider to see all the ways that the experiences and the products and the services we create might reach more hearts. If we pivot not only to designing with generosity, but design for equity, we can collectively make some substantial change for both people and planet. My friend Maureen McGuire, who I mentioned, she always says, it's our job as designers to design a future we all want to be a part of. Our roles as creatives are powerful. We've proven time and again our ability to make the impossible possible. Why not dedicate that superpower to historical change by rebuilding our systems in an effort to hold space enough for everyone? We can do it. And if we begin designing for equity, we can do it faster. So I'm going to share 4 building blocks that I've used to build brands that are grounded in human-centered insights, purpose, and values. I'm also going to integrate some things that I've been thinking about that I believe we can do to better serve more people and amplify more voices, simply by creating a deeper, more multidimensional connection to the people we're designing for. It is by no means exhaustive, and I was thinking about this morning. I could talk about this for the full 3 days, but I've got 25 minutes, so I'm going to just four building blocks that I'm going to talk about. So the first is team. And when I think about team, the first thing I think about is leadership, and leadership presence is so important, irregardless of your level on the team. You might be the CEO or the summer intern. How you show up matters. And when I think about leaders that I admire, the common thread is that they are leading with abundance. Amanda News exemplifies this. That is, I learned this from her. This idea of being generous with your thoughts, your time, and your ears. She once very kindly listened to me on a day that was particularly tough at work. And I needed someone who knew me to listen and understand what I was going through. And not only did she listen, she showed me that she understood what I needed to hear. And she said one little phrase that has continued to be my personal mantra. She looked at me and she said, "Head up, heart out, my dear." And that was what I needed to hear, because it made me realize how I show up for my team matters. And as long as I have my head up and my heart out, even in my tougher moments, I'm going to be a better leader for my team. If it sets the tone for the work, and if we show up paralyzed with fear from a place of scarcity, it puts the rest of the team in a position of uncertainty, and the work results mirror that energy. They always mirror the energy that you put in. So another example of leading with abundance. When I think about myself as a leader, I strive to create an environment that makes people comfortable, challenging each other, challenging me, always in service of the work. And one day at Target, after a particularly challenging review, I saw the team getting together to regroup, and I overheard a team member say, "We can't do that because Nadine's not going to like it." And it was like a dagger to the heart. It meant that I wasn't showing up as the leader that the team needed me to be that day. And for those of you who know me in true Nadine fashion, I immediately wiggled up straight into the conversation, butt my head in, and I apologized. And I made sure that the team knew that I welcomed their challenges, and I reminded them that if they were focused on making me happy and figuring out what I wanted, it meant that they weren't focused on advocating for the people that really mattered, and those are the people we serve. If we're designing for equity, we have to be comfortable confronting how things have always been done and consider if there's a new approach that might yield better results. As a seasoned leader, I definitely have my go-to answers that have served me well throughout the years. But if I'm designing for equity, I have to be open to the possibility that those go-to answers may no longer deliver on what the world needs, especially when you think about the planet. It's likely we need to reinvent the playbook. So leading with abundance, it requires strength and vision, it requires focus and relentless prioritization of the work through your purpose and vision. And if you don't have a purpose and vision, we're going to talk about that, but creating one should be number one on your priority list. You want to keep it simple, make it sticky, and repeat it often, because if people can find a personal connection to the mission and the vision and the purpose of what you're doing, they're going to do better work for you. People in positions of authority who are making the decisions for a company, often, as I said, we have our go-to answers, and often you're making decisions based on your own experience. Unfortunately, the majority of people in those positions are not people of color. And this makes it even more critical that leaders uncouple their assumptions from the decisions they make. The number of times I have sat in a design review and watched a white woman hold up a color chip to her skin and say, "Yeah, this color's not flattering," is more than I can count on both hands. But when we do better, when we know better, we do better. And it's your responsibility to advocate for those not in the room and for all of the people we serve. That is designing for equity. So the second pillar that I want to talk about, the second building block, is research. And research is a hidden superpower of a winning brand. One of my favorite quotes by Todd Waterbury is, "A brand is half business and half human." I learned about this concept of design feeling from Maureen McGuire, and design feeling grounds us in the human half of our brand. It's the deeply human side of the research, and it fuels our purpose. As creators, we're always looking around corners to find new ways to make ourselves useful to the world. When we apply this curiosity and drive to building a brand, it becomes more than just a collection of products. When we relentlessly work to understand the lives of who we serve, the communities they live in, and the journey through the world, the more consistently we'll deliver products and services and experiences that show them we see them, we know them, and that they matter. To take design feeling a step deeper, we can apply the idea of intersectionality. And intersectionality is that idea that people are multidimensional, and we often have multiple dimensions of privilege or oppression. We're not monolithic. And so an example of this that is very near and dear to my heart is the impact of a single graphic t-shirt. And I have to say, one of the teams at Target that is so special to me is the Target art team. They are extraordinary. They have hearts of gold and these hands of ingenuity. They really spend so much time understanding who it is they're creating work for. And they're the storytellers of our brands. When building Cat and Jack, one of Target's kids brands, we learned about just how multidimensional kids are. If you like science, it happens that it has nothing to do with your gender. Pink might be your favorite color, and again, it's not a gender issue. And one of the amazing graphic designers took that insight and that idea and made a t-shirt for Mother's Day. And it said, "Strong like Mom." And it was bought across the entire assortment from baby to big kids, boys and girls. And it was an amazing success. It was something new that we hadn't done. You know, you didn't see those type of expressions, particularly in the boys department. And so a few months after it hit, a team member brought a woman to my office and introduced her to me. She wanted to meet the team that created Cat and Jack. And she told a powerful survivor story about how she was able to escape an abusive marriage and rebuild her life as a single mom with her 3 young boys. And one day, while on a Target run, she came across a t-shirt in the boys section that said, "Strong like Mom." And you can only imagine what being seen like that felt to her that day. By putting people at the center of the work, this designer was able to capture one more heart that otherwise might have been left unseen, designing for equity. Imagine how this philosophy might be applied to the systems that perpetuate covert racist acts and microaggressions that have been normalized towards people of color who enter our retail stores. Imagine creating an experience that allows every person that walks through your door to feel truly welcome. The retail industry right now has hit a fork in the road. And anytime you have a good crucible moment, you have to spend some time weighing all that's led you to this point. What have we learned? What has changed? How have behaviors and values shifted? And we've known for many years that diversity unlocks innovation, and it also drives market growth. Our youngest generation understands this. They are the most diverse, the most tolerant, and the largest generation of Americans ever. And they use their ingenuity to disrupt the systems they disagree with. An incredible example is the viral success of the Zoomer TikTok prank that had all these kids, thousands of them, signing up for tickets to the Tulsa Trump rally in an effort to leave seats empty. It's a powerful example of how quickly this generation not only mobilizes behind an idea, but actively participates. These behaviors and beliefs apply to where they choose to spend their money as well. And they're choosing brands who use their platform for upholding truth. Who you are as a brand matters. And that gets us to the third pillar, the third building block, which is purpose. And I have another Todd Waterbury quote that I absolutely adore. He says, "We see design more than a process. It's a path. Where others see obstacles in the tension between competing visions or conflicting goals, we see the space to go somewhere new and create something better. That's leading with abundance." When I was working with Maureen McGuire building strategies, brand strategies at Target, she would relentlessly ask me, "In service of what, Nadine? In service of what?" It's one of her favorite questions, and it is incredible when you're considering what the purpose of your brand is. What you are in service of needs to be more than shareholder profits or adding a comma to your bank account. You'll get those things if you first figure out who you are and why you matter. It will come. Zeroing in on a singular purpose that's memorable, audacious, and articulates who you are, and again, why you matter, should be the North Star of everything you do. If you already have this established, it's a good time to revisit and revise, because 2020 is crazy. There's a couple things going on. So, you want to think about how things have changed and how you might need to show up differently. When I was working at Target, again, building their first own brand for activewear, All in Motion, we did a tremendous amount of qualitative and quantitative research. And this is a tiny, amazing team of people with enormous hearts. And they really went out and listened to thousands of people. And we talked to people, again, across the country, and we asked them one question. Well, we asked them many questions, but one of the questions we asked was to share with us what being active meant to them. And as someone who had worked for Nike, for one of the big legacy brands, I thought I knew what the answers would be. Again, as leaders, sometimes we make assumptions based on our backgrounds, our history. And so I thought I knew what the words were going to be. And when the words came back, they completely surprised me. It was words like play and connection, joy, love, positivity. They weren't serious or dominating. And it wasn't about competition or that classic idea of no pain, no gain. It was truly inspiring. And it led us down a different path. And it led us to our purpose. Thinking about humans, we all live to move. That's what we came up with. That's what we talked about. We all live to move. This defined who we were in service of, and it inspired the team to design with generosity and for equity. So the last building block that I'm going to share is about connection. And I have another Maureen quote, and I love this one as well. We need more people interested in reaching hearts. If we touch hearts, we can change minds. And I just love that, because if we do our jobs right, the purpose and the values we filter our work through are going to come to life in ways that people interacting with us will see and feel. When we launched Cat and Jack, the values we used to filter our work were internal facing only. We never shared them externally. And what was remarkable was as the work made its way into the world, people began using our words to describe what the brand meant to them. The work spoke for itself, and the people who saw that shared our vision for us. Finding solutions to fix the issues facing the retail and manufacturing industry, just thinking about it can be paralyzing. And we've been living in an industry that promotes overconsumption, fast fashion. It's set up for inventory overages and has glaring human rights issues in our manufacturing system. The consumer expects us to actively participate in systematic change in service of people and planet. And so we have to think about things differently. We can't let the complexity and the timeline stop us from doing what's right. When we developed sustainability goals for Cat and Jack, we realized that the work was going to take time to scale. But being responsible with how we sourced and made our goods was a key value for the brand. So we discussed how to move forward, knowing that it wasn't going to be something we could market effectively immediately. And again, Maureen looked at Amanda and I and said, well, there's storytelling and there's story doing. For now, you have to story do. And we just loved that. It was like a lightning bolt. When you're building a brand that's half business and half human, it's a journey. And you're not going to be able to tell every story right away. But if you take the time and build these things that are more complex, it is going to unlock your brand's purpose and deliver on those values in ways that are worth acting upon. You don't want to shut down innovation just because it's going to be difficult. I think it's important to take the time to map out your innovation pipeline so that you ensure you're staying true to your purpose and that you're exceeding people's expectations, because the stories that come out of that are the stories that are worth sharing. So, I've been driven by this belief that design can be a great equalizer for many years. It's why I chose to work for companies like Target and Nike. And it's part of why I started my own firm. the idea of being able to democratize design for all is magical. And looking back on these experiences I've had, there is so much more I wish I had done with the platform I had. Take some time to think about your platform. What more could you be doing? How might you use the platform you have right now to activate and inspire change? It's a time that is very tumultuous, and designing for equity and with generosity in our heart is crucial to the people and the communities and the planet. It's essential to create a future we all want to and get to be a part of. Thank you so much, everybody. That's what I have today. I hope that there was some good nuggets in there for you to take away. What's that? Okay.
Thank you so much, Nadine. That was really interesting and so inspiring. I was looking at some of the comments that were in the YouTube feed, and people are really supporting you. I think they're digging your vibe and your great message. So thanks so much for that. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a great day. Good luck. I'll be listening.
Thank you. Everyone stay tuned. The next session is coming up momentarily. Yes, that's fine.
Well, hello everybody. That was a fantastic session, full of those nuggets and full of those I wouldn't even call them nuggets. Well, those pillars, those big truths that Nadine shared with us. And as I said, she's always been a pioneer whose career I followed. And our next speaker is again somebody who I've known for a while, and I've been following his work particularly at Samsung Electronics in California, where he's been driving a lot of innovation. And as we were thinking about the store experience design, I wanted to find a speaker who could talk to us about the use of technology within the retail experience, how that technology helps us go through discovery, guidance, and beyond. And in particular, how we can leverage kind of some of these new technologies that we've been talking about for a while, mixed reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, and whether there's whether they could be applied in our new next normal. So please welcome Suran Toda to join us and talk about the use of augmented reality and other technologies in the retail space.
Thank you, Piers. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Great. Excellent. So I am going to, hello everyone. I know this must be a little strange for all of you who are presenting to speak into the void, but we'll do the best we can. And thank you, Piers and team, for organizing this event. I'm going to quickly share my screen so I can start talking through some of the more interesting things that are happening within the space of augmented reality. 1 second. And I'm hoping that you can all see my screen. Let me know if there's any problems. Ignacio Piers.
Oh, great.
Excellent. Great. All right. So we're here to talk about augmented reality in retail. Now, as probably a lot of you know, this is not a new topic or a new technology. It has certainly been on a lot of people's radar, especially within the retail space. I'd say for the last 4 or 5 years, with a lot more deployments coming in the last 1 or 2 years. But the reason I want to talk about it today specifically is how can augmented reality help retailers cope with the unprecedented set of issues that they're currently facing. So what are those issues? So I think it's probably an understatement to say that it's a perfect storm. There have never been, at least in my experience, this many different pressures on retailers to perform well, to perform under stress and strain from all angles, right? So we're talking about things that are fundamental to the retail business. We're, from the very basics, like store closures, right? They're drastically reducing the sales for retailers. And as a double whammy, they've also eliminated a lot of the workers or have them furloughed that retailers have to depend on in an already kind of volatile labor workforce. Second, if you do have your store open, you have the usual the constraints that we've all come to live with around physical distancing and masks. And now you also have capacity limitations in terms of physical spaces that are all creating burdens and constraints to store traffic. Third, you have supply chain issues up and down the chain that are reducing the number of items on shelf, the number of that are reducing the the variations, the number of items, number of SKUs, the total number of shelf level items, so that your stores actually don't look like they are meant to look. That they're designed experiences where retailers are providing the best that they can to their customers. You have infections, a threat to the labor workforce, right? So even if you do have people coming in, that could cause a cascade of infections that would result in a further handicapping the store level workforce. So you have, it's not enough that you're okay now, you might be, further strained later on if you don't take care of the the pandemic and how to deal with containment. And of course, there's the local, state, the county, the state, the national guidelines and regulations on how to deal with this crisis, which are constantly changing. And so that's another stress and strain as well. So these are significant in and of themselves, but all combined together makes it quite overwhelming to figure out how to deal with it. What I want to talk about today is how these changes may actually hint at longer-term behavioral changes in how people shop. So yes, there are unprecedented changes that are happening right now. It doesn't look like we're going to get back to normal anytime soon. And by soon, I mean this year, possibly even next year. But more interesting is, does this result in a fundamental shift in shopper behavior over time? And it's too early to say, but some of the signs are starting to indicate that perhaps the way that consumers have been used to shopping may not necessarily be the way they shop going forward. So what do I mean by that? Well, as a snapshot in real time, just from a couple of months ago, you see that the number of in-store shopping purchases versus the number of e-commerce and digital purchases have drastically increased, largely out of necessity, right? And you could have almost flipped that graph if you were to think about sort of pre-COVID times. Maybe not exactly, but there was a lot more in-store shopping happening. But now you're looking at low double digits, single digits in some cases for shopping these items. And when you talk to these customers about what they intend to do going forward, you're starting to see that visiting stores or shopping for stores, they're interested in going back into the stores. I think there's a pent-up demand to have social interactions, so that'll always drive store visits. But what you might find is that for the items that don't require a store visit, or perhaps they could have a better experience through a digital mechanism or tool, that shoppers will be probably likely to switch to digital, right? I'm thinking about hard goods, furniture shopping. There are some examples where that might be the case. But it is certainly something to watch. It is something to understand that this Corona and COVID-19 have created short-term sustained stressors on retail and the consumers. And this might result in long-term shopping changes over time. So why are we talking about AR given all of this immediate threat, right? So with fewer shoppers at the store, I believe there's an opportunity to accelerate direct-to-consumer with AR. And the good news is a lot of this was either under development or being considered as a pilot. So the technology isn't radically new. We're not talking about massive billion-dollar ERP investments or supply chain logistics. We're not talking about deploying tablets in the thousands to through the thousands of stores. We are talking about something that is a much more accessible way to deal with the short-term issues of the coronavirus. So what are some ways in which, I'll go through this in more detail, but here are some of the high-level ways in which I've seen, that we've seen AR help retailers reach their customers. First, it's around product selection. When you no longer can touch and feel the products at the store, you need the next best thing, and that might very well be an AR view of that same product. Being able to see it at home, of course, starting in 2017 with the IKEA app, but that hasn't stopped. There have been multiple retailers that have deployed additional, see at home, fit it, does it fit kind of capabilities inside of your mobile phone. Wayfair comes to mind, where you're able to get a much better glimpse of the product and how it looks at home. And I'll go into a little bit more detail of why that's not just a substitute, but it's actually a better experience in some cases than what you had before. Another use case that we've seen quite a bit is around product fit. So I want to know if this thing, how it looks on me. Will it fit me? And those are the kinds of examples we're starting to see from some of the soft goods retailers, some of the shoe apparel retailers. So those are interesting to track and keep an eye on, and I'll talk about them in a little bit more detail. Customer service, or any services in general that require home visits have been curtailed. And so how do you reach and go into homes where you've previously had service offerings, whether it's a Geek Squad-like offering or if it's a repair offering? How do you go into their homes and help them out? And so we'll talk about that. And then finally, there's just the safety that comes out of applying AR to the operations of retail. And by that, I mean things like what ASOS has done with their virtual photo shoots, what folks are looking at with virtual end caps, signage, promotions. So there's a lot of things that there's a lot of ways in which you can use AR as an operational tool to help drive a safer deployment of labor force, more efficient deployment of labor force, and even perhaps provide a better experience for customers at the same time. So we've talked about AR. Let me just spend a little bit of time explaining AR because I often find that there is some confusion. So what is AR? So augmented reality, I define augmented reality as the ability to project information onto the real world through the perspective of the viewer, enabling them to experience digital objects in the physical world. And that sounds like magic, but that's essentially what AR feels like when it's done well, right? AR relies on a set of cameras to understand what the user sees and then to place information in 3D objects onto the scene, matching the user's perspective. And when it's done well, AR brings these objects to life, and it's quite remarkable, some of the examples we've seen. So why is AR, so I've defined sort of what AR is, but how is it different from VR, MR, XR? So I'm going to talk about the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality. MR and XR, you can think of them as combinations of the fundamentals of augmented and virtual. So what are the fundamentals of augmented? It is through a live camera view, right? Augmenting your view. It can be deployed on smartphones or dedicated headsets, of which there are not too many now. So mostly it's smartphone deployments. It's untethered, meaning you are not tied down to a PC. You are using your smartphone and it goes wherever you go. It can take advantage of your location because it is deployed through a smartphone, has access to GPS. There are location-based experiences that can be triggered that consumers and shoppers can experience that would otherwise not be possible. And it does not require a controller. You already have the device in your hand, right? So that's augmented reality. Virtual reality is a complete replacement of your worldview. It is seen through the eyes of a headset, whether it's a dedicated headset or a headset where you pop your phone in, it doesn't really matter, but you're definitely closing out the view of the world outside and replacing it with something virtual on the inside. It is typically tethered to a PC because it happens to be very computationally intensive. So it's, to display graphics and to be able to track your position in 6 degrees of freedom and to be able to display that information in a very low lag latency takes a lot of computing power. And that's just not something that right now can be deployed on the smartphone. It does not take advantage of your location because you are tied to a specific PC. It requires a dedicated controller, though now there's advancements in how they're recognizing your hands as a means of interaction. And it's visually immersive. When virtual reality is done well, it is actually quite remarkable how much it transports a user into a different world. Now, there are potential applications for virtual reality in retail. Today, I'm going to be covering AR, but if you have questions about virtual reality in retail, please email me and I'll provide my contact information later on and we can go from there. So as I go down the presentation, I'm going to probably stop at some points when I get questions and try to answer them as I get them in real time. So one of the questions was around what opportunities do you see for FMCG brands using AR in a retail environment? That's a good question. Right now, a lot of the examples are around hard goods, apparel, furniture, jewelry. And so we don't see a lot of food-based deployments of AR, which does not mean, however, the use cases have not been found. I can easily see food, quick serve restaurants using AR as a way to help consumers understand what they're ordering, or as a way to preview menus outside before they go in, as a way to understand, for example, there's a lot of takeout orders. Maybe there's different ways of experiencing kind of what you're going to be getting beforehand. So it doesn't jump, FMCG doesn't jump out right away as a natural starting point for AR, but there are likely examples worth diving into and going into more detail. The next question was, who are the key AR development partners and agencies that large brands are partnering with? Now, it ranges. Now, typically what we've seen is AR being the way that large companies are often going about it is leaning on their digital partner of record. That might be the Accentures and the Deloittes of the world, who are already running a lot of the IT systems. And so they're typically tend to approach it as an extension of their IT infrastructure. And so that's one major way in which store-wide and retail-wide deployments are happening. Another angle that is happening is around individual regional store-level pilots with small startups. So for example, the IKEA app that we're all probably very familiar with was not actually a headquarters-based deployment of IKEA's, kind of now famous, how does it look in my room kind of, it was actually done by one region working with a startup and deployed to help enhance that shopping experience for that region. So that wasn't a store level retail, store-wide, deployment. So you have these small one-offs that are pilots and experiments to see, does it work well? And then you have these large scale enterprise level deployments that do require quite a bit of work in terms of capturing 2D products and moving them into, you need a pipeline to move 2D into 3D before you can actually have an AR experience. You need to create that pipeline within the current workflows of your content management systems. You need to be able to tie them into item level and SKU level pricing information so that you're not displaying something on AR that is out of date already. So there is work to be done at enterprise level scale, but a lot of these retailers, even however big they are starting small, starting regionally, starting store level, to be able to experiment and fine-tune the use cases to the ones that work for their shoppers. And the last question I'll take before I move on is around some consumer goods. They've been softening demand due to social distancing. Apparel comes to mind. How do you think retailers might address those changes? Can AR enhance demand? So I'm going to address that actually as I go through the use cases. So I'll probably be answering that question for you. So if I don't at the end of the presentation, feel free to email me as well. Okay. So these are just the AR launches that have happened in the last 6 months. Now, this is quite an interesting collection of retailers, and maybe you can spot the pattern, but essentially I've arranged them in columns in terms of fashion, beauty, automotive, soft apparel, furniture, home goods and home improvement, and finally toys. So I'm not going to go through every one of these in detail because there are quite a bit, and I'm sure there are more. But I wanted to really highlight the fact that in the last 6 months, you've seen a lot of deployments of AR. Now, I don't want to say that they're in response to COVID, because these have been in development prior to that in 2019. However, in certain cases, the AR deployments have been accelerated because of COVID. So instead of deploying it in the second half of 2020, some of these retailers have actually moved up their AR deployments to be able to see how well they will work in addressing some of these challenges that we talked about earlier. All right. So let's go through some of these categories. I'm trying to pick ones that are interesting from each of these categories. And what I will do is I will try to avoid showing you ones that you might have already seen. And if the screen changes around a little bit, apologies for that. Still getting used to this way of presenting. Okay, so fashion retail. So, and by the way, there are probably a lot of the well-known brands that I'm going to avoid talking about because they are so well-known. So I've tried to pick the ones that are perhaps brand new and relatively recent, or a little less known, so that we can look at some examples that are more interesting and perhaps more niche. So fashion retail. So we're talking about Kendra Scott embracing digital in a big way. And use case wise, it isn't particularly novel or new, but it is interesting in the sense that AR is now becoming part of a chain-wide or a brand-wide engagement strategy rather than as a one-off platform, one-off experiment, right? So you can, I think the biggest element of this deployment specifically is around things like dynamic lighting. So when you're buying fashion, you really need to make sure that what you're looking at is as good as the real thing, or as close to as the real thing as possible. And one of the elements that help you do that is dynamic lighting, the ability for lighting to change on the object you're presenting that is digital based on your real world lighting conditions. That's very complicated because you need to understand where light's coming from. And it isn't perfect today, but a way to sort of get past that limitation is to mimic lights and to show that light changing. And so even though in this app, you will see that it does look a little bit like, you can tell that it's still digital, those kinds of technologies are getting much, much better at being able to showcase the object in as close to a realistic perspective as possible, which is particularly important in fashion more than, let's say, other categories. Suit Supply has actually started, building out their retail. They're doing more than just AR, of course, but it is interesting that as part of their overall redesign of the stores as a response to COVID, they're also doing things like virtual shopping experiences with experts that allow you to get help from experts that they have on staff using AR and your smartphones. Okay. You're probably familiar with this example, but if you're not, it's basically ASOS using AR as a way to simulate apparel on models without having to do photo shoots that require a lot of folks to gather together in one single place. So the ability to take the same things that you might deploy from a consumer point of view, but also then to do it from a operational point of view is a really interesting shift and it's just a development in AR, where we've been talking a lot about consumer use cases, but now you can start to see it going into the back of the store and starting to affect how operations are done, which are just as much constrained and impacted by the COVID-19 situation as well. In beauty, another great example, we've seen this before in terms of the ability to apply filters. It is becoming much more tied into the product line and the brand so that you aren't just doing it for fun, but you're now actually able to shop through these filters. So the interesting part that stood out for me about this was that COVID-19, again, has constrained the ability for users to go into the store. So you need to go to where they are, and they're on social media. And L'Oreal's example is a great one where they've been able to insert their brands into social media platforms in a way that feels natural, is very relevant, and ties back to their their overall brand experience, and ties into their allows consumers to purchase from there. So there's sort of a end-to-end value chain for consumers to be able to shop L'Oreal without having to go to a L'Oreal store, a L'Oreal website, or download a L'Oreal app. And so I think one of the key takeaways, at least from this example, is that the store has been a place where retailers have often created the perfect context for shopping. You've been able to design that store to ideally enhance that shopping experience with customer service reps, with the music, with the architecture, with the layout, the configuration. That is a defined, well-defined space. Well, consumers no longer can go into that space that you have so carefully curated and designed. So you need to go to where consumers are. And that may no longer mean your app, your website, and your store. It might have to be in other places. So how do you maintain this brand touch point? How do you maintain the feel of the brand in all of these locations while still giving people access to the products that you carry? I think that's the real kind of opportunity here, is to think about how you take products out of the store, or at least a store experience, and distribute it digitally into locations where people are naturally going to be. This next one, I love personally because I'm really into cars. We're starting to see augmented reality in cars, car shopping becoming much closer together. Lamborghini, in this case, is used AR as part of their launch campaign to help consumers purchase their Huracan. I think it's the Huracan Evo. Yeah, Huracan Evo. So if you're in the market for a Lamborghini, I would suggest you try this out. Even if you're not in the market for a Lamborghini, probably like most of us, please try it out. But it's been a really interesting way to see Automotive embrace AR as a natural way to extend their dealer network and their dealer experience, which has obviously been hit just as much as any of the other traditional retail has. So Ignacio, actually would, if you have the video that we talked about, it would be good to kind of just play that very quickly. Right? Is it done? Okay, great. So we'll go quickly. So a number of other use cases that we've captured. So let me skip to the main part. When is AR worth using? It's worth using when when consumers want to answer product questions, when you want product views. There's complicated products you need to explain. You need to tell brand stories, but it's not good at everything, right? You don't want to throw technology for technology's sake. It's not great at things like finding the lowest price or comparing items together. It's not good you don't want it for purchasing basics and commodities, even though they might be examples of that. And definitely not good for personalization yet, because there isn't that ability in the platform side to personalize AR to your experiences. So just as I rushed to come towards the tail end to make sure that you guys got a chance to think about the reflection question. So are you looking at this COVID-19 situation as a way to return to status quo, or are you looking at it as an opportunity for innovation? And I hope you are doing the latter. Are you ready to kind of identify use cases that might work and start investing in building those capabilities? Or have you already been doing that and now are ready to accelerate them? It probably is worth considering. Are you looking at AR as just an extension of digital commerce or as a way to augment physical commerce? Both are relevant. And in fact, I would suggest looking at it through the lens of a user journey rather than through an omni-channel view. And are you approaching AR through the lens of user-centered and business perspective? So yes, there's a technology that we can do. Yes, there's a consumer need, but does it satisfy a business? And so the ability to look at all three things in together is what we do at Hypermatter. So after leaving Samsung, started a consultancy called Hypermatter, where I take my 15 plus years of experience in retail and experience at Samsung developing new technologies, and we look at technologies like AR for industries like retail and help you understand what are some of the opportunities and use cases that can help bring your business back, right? And lastly, I'm going to leave with this: the future is unpredictable. 3 years ago, the prediction around retail 2020 was that it's going to be robots and augment, beacons and all that stuff. And now I love the comment, the first one that says, "Update, it's 2020, and now we're fighting over toilet paper." So the future is unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen next. So you don't fight it. You have to, as Buckminster Fuller said, you never change things by fighting reality. You have to change something by building a new model. So I hope we get a chance to build this new reality together. And it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you. Back to you, Piers.
Thank you, Sriram. That's fantastic. It's always great to have somebody with so much experience kind of think about how to apply this technology. It's been used in such kind of novel ways in the last few years, and Sriram is a true thought leader when it comes to retail and technology, and it's great to kind of have his contribution. So thank you again. So let's move on. So we're going to let's move on. Let's think about some of these technologies. We've been lucky enough to we know we have this great community which you are all part of, and a number of you run design agencies and designers and strategists. And from time to time, we reach out to you and ask you to kind of visualize and help us visualize the future, picture that future. And two of our friends at the agencies, Rehab and Your Studio, have responded to the call, have basically looked through the ideas that we have in that report that Scott and Lauren was presenting, the story design report, and considered potential futures for the future of retail. So we're going to take some of the ideas that we've seen Shiram talk about, Nadine talk about, and they're going to funnel these into kind of visions, these videos which they've created especially for this show. So take it away.
Okay, wonderful. So that fantastic film was from Your Studio, or from Rehab, excuse me. And today we have Rob Bennett, who is the CEO of Rehab, here to talk us through the concepting and just additional insights regarding that video. So I'll turn it over to you, Rob.
Cool, thank you, Lauren. Our thinking around how to approach the world of retail in the environment that we find ourselves in now has really come from thinking through a sort of software and hardware solution approach. So based on the human behaviors that we can see happening right around us around the world today, combined with the technology we're seeing being brought to the fore, what experiences will people be needing or anticipating, and what can retailers do to deliver that for consumers? And so we've started off with thinking around what technology and hardware people have, and obviously mobile devices is our main focus for that video you just watched. At the beginning, we've thought about the value of an assistant, somebody or a being or an object that can talk you through the experience of shopping, help you to scan products, find out more information, and purchase the products all through the device in your hand. We then kind of step you through in the video to where you can get more detail, more expert advice. And that's where we've focused quite heavily on thinking about the experience the consumer needs to make a considered purchase decision, but where they haven't got access to someone in store to talk to as easily as before. This really was a problem that existed, in retail prior to COVID existing, but it's sort of exacerbated now, where people don't necessarily want to have the interaction with a physical, with a person in a physical environment. So creating an easy experience that helps people to ask questions the way they want to ask them, but also get inspiration. So there's plenty of technology now available, and most of the stuff is embedded within Android, but a lot of it's coming to Apple too, where you're able to use the depth perception of your camera to render your environment that you live in. And then, although in this example we've shown you a sort of a shopping experience in when you're looking at flowers and things for the home, actually, if you think of an AR experience and how that might work, it's probably more applicable for things like home furnishings, like understanding how paint's going to look on your wall, how objects are going to look on tables. And the depth perception is so good now that you're able to do things like put objects on a table and knock it off a table. And so you're able to see depth and understand how things will interact with each other in an environment, move into the environment and have a look at it. So really sort of extending people's imagination and helping them understand how objects will work with them. There's also a lot of clever digital experience things that we can apply to this environment too, that we see when you're shopping online in normal shopping environments. So you're all really familiar when you're shopping through Amazon, where you're getting recommendations based on a purchase you're making. So people who bought this also like this. That kind of opens up the opportunity to do that as well, because we'll know visually what your environment looks like that you've scanned. We'll understand the textures and colors, but also the type of thing you're looking to buy, and then offer suggestions to complement your purchase and add some more to your basket. But outside of the 3D environment, that's equally as applicable through a conversational assistant that can kind of help you understand what you're looking for, and then recommend additional things to support you with what you're looking to buy. But then we've gone through into the next section. There is thinking about how to help people navigate an environment that they're in. And there's a range of technology that will help with being able to do that, from AR experiences that will either leverage beacons or Wi-Fi environments or geolocation environments. You can access that now. You can try it out on Google Maps if you want to have a look at what that looks like in real life. But then also through to things like beacons. So if the trend that's driving a lot of behavior in the last few months is around how to have a better direct consumer touch point. And in order to do that, things like beacons might have a resurgence. If you think about the best use case of beacons at the moment has been in places like Nighttown, where if you have a Nighttown app, you walk in the store, it recognizes you, knows your shopping habits and patterns, and will push you to the right environment in the store to fit your shopping needs, suggest offers, etc. We might see some of that coming through, but certainly with navigating through a store, what's interesting is it's not just visual. We're thinking about an audio experience that's interesting when you're thinking about accessibility for those that are harder of sight, but also managing a store's flow and how many people are in what environments and helping navigate people around the environment. Other things to think about is if you know shoppers that come into your environment are looking for certain items, you can also direct them down aisles where there's maybe some higher value items that you think you want them to move past. Obviously, that has to be a realistic journey, but I think that's interesting nonetheless. And then as we move towards the end of the experience, we're looking at things like how to make it really easy to pay. And last week, or sorry, 2 weeks ago, Apple have announced the new Apple Clips, which basically Google has had for a long time. But Apple now has released it, which means it will probably become more of a mainstream behavior. And all this is basically a small, light version of an app, but with all the native functionality of an app. The real benefit in retail is the combination of NFC now to understand products by moving your phone near a device, but also the benefit of being able to pay through Apple Pay and have things easily delivered to your home or to a self-serve checkout. So the technology is being brought through from the big tech companies that make this kind of environment much easier to access and to create better sort of experiences for consumers in this space. And it isn't anymore just edge case stuff that's out there and expensive to install. It's on people's phones. It's really easy to design these experiences and make them very accessible for people. And those behaviors you'll start to see becoming more prevalent as more retailers are using them and creating these experiences for consumers. I think consumers will expect them as well, because once you've had a good experience in one environment, it's frustrating to not be able to get a similar level of experience in another. So I think you're going to see a lot of behaviors in that environment, in this environment, that follow that pattern. I think over to Lauren or Piers if there are any specific questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rob. That was all really great. I think it's very interesting to see how these like very future thinking technologies are much more commonplace today, and just how much consumers really want and need those. So thank you very much for those insights. So next up we have, I want to make sure if anyone has questions, Rob has a chance to answer them. But I think right now everyone's being a little shy about that. So if there are questions for Rob later on, we'll try and make sure there's time to answer those. So next up we have from the creative agency Your Studio, we have Holly Simpson, who is the managing director of their London studio. And then we also have Tom Eddington, who is their creative director at their London studio as well. So today they're going to show us a video that we have queued up that tackles the future of automotive. And if we have that ready. Okay, amazing. So that was wonderful. Thank you, Holly and Tom, for sharing that. And now if you both would, I know you have a few slides prepared, so if you'd like to take it away.
Thank you, Lauren. We'll just share this screen. Hopefully you can see the full screen.
Perfect.
Okay, hi everyone. We're really thrilled to join you. I'm Holly and I'm Managing Director of Your Studio London, here with my colleague Tom. That was our vision of how physical and digital worlds converge into an experience so seamless you're no longer conscious of channel. Experience driving a personalized car without ever leaving the showroom, in a showroom that knows your preferences before you even step over the threshold, with a brand that meets you on your terms, providing personalization and ongoing service long after you've left the physical space. There is no longer a distinction between digital and physical. They coexist as one. And this is no longer a distant future, but something we're faced with resolving right now. So at Your Studio, we found all of our design decisions in strategy and insight. We've seen the most rapid escalation of the digital world recently. COVID has catapulted global audiences into purely digital interactions with brands. We've seen a blossoming of conversation space purely online and seen digital innovations brought to life overnight. We can switch to the next slide. Perfect. What we've seen recently has really stopped us in our tracks and made us question traditional retail constructs. For example, a recent Google survey showed that 8 out of 10 car shoppers would consider buying purely online if that option was actually provided. But even before COVID, we saw consumers identifying how tech can help remove pain points within the traditional buying model. COVID has supercharged the need to consider a digital-first narrative to the consumer experience. Whereas previously, we've had the store as the kind of central beating hub to which all paths lead, we now see the store as an essential support act to quite a complex digital ecosystem inextricably linked with technology. If we just flip one more slide. So this is particularly relevant in automotive, which has long had the showroom experience as very central to the legacy buying model. As with numerous industries worldwide, automotives is a sector facing challenges on multiple fronts, compounded by COVID, with things such as shocks to the supply chain, rapid changes in demand, and shaken consumer confidence. But it's also an industry that employs around 59 million people worldwide, directly or indirectly, and contributes an estimated $5.5 trillion to the global economy. So the holistic customer journey needs to be recalibrated to meet this new consumer expectation and mindset. A new blend of physical and digital touchpoints are required, where they meet your customer at every step of their journey. And we now see the opportunity for re-emergence and an evolution for this sector, with brands as content creators, connectors, and conduits. Once the digital infrastructure is in place, this offers the agility the automotive sector has long been lacking, building community in responsive online conversation that helps transform initial connections into advocates. This dovetails with the physical showroom experience, where digital and physical are closely mimicked, and where multi-sensory experience in store is there to strengthen emotional connections and galvanize lifetime loyalty. So Overleaf, we've been looking at some of the re-emergence and opportunities for this sector in particular. Really, we're asking ourselves, how can we take the best of the digital legacy that COVID has created and bring that into an arena traditionally associated with the physical showroom experience and a very linear buying journey? So this was how A-Realm came to be and was created. And I'll hand over to Tom, who can bring to life that concept in a little more detail.
Just unmute myself. The classic, the classic Zoom intro. Thanks for talking us through that, Holly, and sharing the insights that have driven this concept. A-Realm is a concept that explores the world that has shifted, that we're in today, and especially the way that we're engaging with brands. It's great to follow on from Rob also, and the narratives that Rob was talking about in terms of how we're engaging with products in and out of store, because this is a concept which is really addressing all of those moments, and the full ecosystem, and how the future customer journey should really be shaped. So A-Realm is the ultimate automotive destination. It's a living portal creating enriched experiences of unrivaled joy. So here's an illustration of our full connected ecosystem that we've been working on YS, where you can see the grey areas are the online and the online pre-store and post-store journeys, and how all of those points are fully intertwined with the customer at the heart. And the customer will now be expecting to pull on and offline simultaneously and anywhere along the customer journey to be able to purchase, lease, or finance, if it's relating to automotive, anywhere along that journey. And then what we're seeing is brands having to shift how they use their physical store, and that will hopefully see, and we're starting to, a shift of having less product to more rich non-transactional experiences. So A-Realm is a totally integrated ecosystem. It is an effortless, positive experience that removes the pain points. As I was just mentioning, we should be able to purchase anywhere, anyhow, and any way we want to. This transfers the power to the customer's hands, and as Rob was saying, generally within the customer's hand. The future vision concept that is approachable, diverse, and fluid. It's a concept that does not play into historical stereotypes. Very purposefully, along the whole way in which we've been designing this experience, we make sure that we are being provocative in our approach in designing these digital tactility within this landscape, not only online but in store, that really make sure that they buck the trend of those stereotypes, gone are the masculine, hard and dark spaces of old, and we should see a lot more open, inclusive and approachable spaces. A-Realm is a digitally mature and tech-enabled world that allows for full lifestyle immersion. It should be supporting the customers along this full journey and allowing to give the brand a host for these moments of unrivaled joy that will create those emotional connections with your customers. A gamified platform that creates deeper relationships and digital connections, allowing that cross-pollination between your customers, that two-way dialogue and that conversation that Holly was talking about between the brand and the customer, so that they are co-creators. A-Realm is a future-proof solution that will allow for a continued evolution. So that was a very quick snapshot of a concept that's taken quite a while to create. And at your studio, we love combining design with innovation to really explore what's next. And we love to collaborate with our brands, especially in these hard times, to really champion creativity to navigate this landscape together. So we hope you found that quite provocative and interesting, and we'd love to have any questions if you guys have any immediate thoughts or questions, or would love to continue the conversation further another time.
Yeah.
So thanks, Lauren.
Amazing. Thank you, Holly and Tom. That was wonderful. While you were presenting, a few questions did come through. If you want to hop back on here and maybe field a few of them, I'm thinking more questions are going to be coming through for you, Holly and Tom, as well.
Sure. Yeah. So one of the first questions was, how will customers feel trust if they're not interacting with shop staff? Because obviously the shopping experience and being able to communicate with store staff helps you, often they're there to help you ask yourself the questions you didn't know you needed to ask yourself to feel the trust that you're making the right purchase. And with less access to store staff or without that smile, because there's going to be masks involved, how is that trust developed? I think that's a really good question. I think the conversational element of a chat experience, they're significantly better than they used to be, and I think they can do a lot. We built a product for a while ago for Nike on Nike.com that helps consumers ask the questions they didn't know they needed to ask, and helped increase conversion to purchase because people felt more confident they were buying the right product. Instead of having a massive skew of options, they're only having a few. I think that's really applicable to an in-store shopping experience. But also another massive benefit is the ability to look at customer reviews of those products. And you're seeing some really innovative businesses now that are bringing new products to market that help retailers. So one company that I'm watching at the moment I think is very exciting is called VView, VEView, and basically they're mobile first customer reviews, video reviews of the products you're looking at. And I think things like that are really taking a consumer experience of what their shopping journey is really like, rather than just the Amazon review process of like reading comments. That isn't something that you may have time for or you want, but seeing someone actually using a product in a 60-second clip in their home and talking about the benefits or the cons of that product, I think those kind of products will really help build trust in a retail environment. Shall I jump on to another question?
Sure, if you want. And then I think we had one come through for your studio as well. So go ahead, Rob, and then we'll switch over.
Sure. So another question I had here was, how do you see AR evolving beyond what it currently provides for consumers in the short to long term? Briefly touched upon knocking over AR objects and what else is possible in the future. I definitely think that there's the ability to consider the use of AR and how it can create an educational experience from how you purchase something to post-purchase. So there are some really interesting AR experiences that help people use the product once they've bought the product and got it home. I think you can look at that from through your screen, looking at the environment you live in or you're considering using the product in, or through to how you apply things to yourself. So, makeup AR experiences in store are an obvious first step. But I think there's lots of things beyond that around helping users get the best out of the product that they've bought or that they're using. I think there's also a lot of opportunity to sort of experiment with that sort of feedback loop that's giving you as a brand. So once you're creating these experiences and people are using them to understand how to use a product or get the best out of a product post-purchase with AR experiences, then do you do that as something that you can get some feedback and information about and start to behave a bit more like a tech company, feed that information around what users are asking for back into your business and start making decisions around new products based on that.
Awesome. Thank you, Rob. So something that came through for you, Holly and Tom, if you'd like to take a crack at. So how do you see the virtual boom influencing the physical experience?
You're on mute, Holly.
That should be our code name. We're on mute. But it's such a great question because they're so inextricably linked now, and one just feeds from the other. So we're seeing a huge rise in things like obviously the virtual economy, but also gamification. So we're looking at that market growing at a rate of over 30% up to 2025 and going to be valued at around 32 billion. And really looking at how we can draw on huge trends that exist within those digital worlds and pull them back into the physical space and physical realm. So things like how it increases audience share and reach just comes to mind with the Travis Scott video launch within Fortnite that reached like 12 million people joined Fortnite specifically to watch that event. And there's so many kind of cues and trends that we're like seeing converge literally as those two worlds like continue to intertwine.
Yeah, and to add to that, the virtual boom is really going to enhance the physical experience, because now there isn't that worry, and we've almost broken down some barriers with COVID, in terms of the digitally literate as well. So having those digitally literate users flood back into those in real life experiences, they're going to be a lot more savvy and a lot more understanding of being able to have that mobile first approach, to be able to really get unlock experiences, and also to get those personalized experiences like Rob's mentioned, where we're using beacons or however we do that, but using data to create those positive engagements, and then really that really unlock and create something magical for a user that they wouldn't have really been able to experience online. The physical, as you can see what we did with ARealm, we did create a digitally first environment that then we pulled it into our physical space, and we had windows into the digital. So we were constantly wanting to blur those boundaries, and creating that one ecosystem, that one world where a user would feel comfortable engaging in any way with any format.
Awesome. And then just as a follow-up to that question, someone sent through, how do you see the virtual gaming boom influencing the physical experience? So,
Yeah.
oh, I think that was a repeat. I apologize. So then for a follow-up, it was, do you think you're thinking around the enriched digital experiences applying to different retail sectors? So how can this kind of, outside of just auto, also exist? Absolutely. So I think we kind of honed in on automotive because it's facing kind of numerous challenges, but it also represents quite a big ticket item with a very traditional linear buying journey. So we like a challenge. So we kind of took on that one because there's lots of kind of potential challenges that enabling the journey with tech can help to solve. But across the board, like we've just recently produced a report on the beauty industry. And it's absolutely fascinating how, again, there's so many points around looking at how that customer journey is being recalibrated and digitally enriched that could apply from the customer journey we've just looked at with automotive, and bring that into the beauty sector just purely as an example. So yeah, I think it really is like across the board now, like we've had this hiatus because of COVID where all of the brand narratives are digital, and now everybody needs to really recalibrate and look at how their customer journey needs to be reformatted to like retain the digital tribes that they've like grown online, and really resonate with the target consumer and this new values and mindset.
And I think across the sectors, everyone's going to be craving those experiences that we talked about, but also craving the tactile and sensory nature that often digital can't deliver. So that will be a real sweet spot, because we'll have the digital as the enabler, with that integrated seamless technology that is really amplifying these environments and these experiences that should be being created cross-sector, to really respond to the customers' wants and desires now.
I think to build on that as well, I think you're going to see consumer behavior changing. In living memory, we're not going to forget having to queue up to buy basic things that we need to live. And the fear of that is going to create the opportunity for lots of interesting new direct-to-consumer businesses. So conventional larger companies that have relied on retail space to be their distribution mechanic, they're going to have to really rethink things, because we're going to see brands like Deliveroo, Uber Eats, driving things to your door and giving you stuff from your local grocery store, where you would have gone out to an out-of-town supermarket once a week. I think all of that stuff is going to really challenging conventional retailers to innovate and think differently. And if you're going to be driving people into a retail experience, there has to be a lot of emphasis on the human experience within that environment. So exactly what Tom's point was around, the tactile nature, and there has to be a payoff for you to go in there. You either need something that's convenient and that you're going to go in, be able to get information and transact quickly and leave, that's more convenient than Amazon delivering it to you within an hour or by the next day. or there has to be a real enjoyable experience for you to go and make the journey to do that. And you know, things like Automotive spend so much energy considering the driving experience of the car and what it's like to drive the car. But, you know, if in all honesty, they've been very lazy over the last, you know, 20 years in really thinking about how much applying that level of consideration to the buying experience or the, you know, the digital use experience after that. When you look at apps that brands like Jaguar Land Rover, Audi have to help you navigate the journey of buying a car or even post owning a car, they're nowhere near the level of thought, energy, or effort that's put in to the driving of the car environment. And I think we're going to see brands starting to realize that that's super important, and they're going to have to really rethink how they address consumers in those environments.
Definitely. So I think this is a great time for this last question that came through. Rob, you had started to touch on this in this last question, but do you see experiential retail still increasing in importance? How will that look in 2021? And I think it would be interesting to hear from you, Rob, and then Holly and Tom as well.
Yeah, I mean, for the right kind of brands, I think we're going to see a massive increase in experiential retail, because in order for people to leave their homes and not have the convenience of stuff delivered to their door, there's got to be a payoff. And if you look at brands that were behaving in a really interesting way before COVID, like, for example, Glossier, that would create a pop-up, make it hard to access, and then have queues around the block for people trying to get in to experience that environment. I think brands need to really think like disruptors and how they can create really interesting environments that attract people into them. Obviously, the human interaction in that moment is going to be challenging. We've got to think about how those experiences are designed. But I think for the next 5-10 years, I think experiential retail is going to be a really interesting place to be in and to be designing experiences for.
Yeah. And just to kind of build on that, I think like we've had a live test and learn platform of what happens when you go to a singular channel, and it's really underscored the need for those kind of physical multi-sensory experiences. It's really highlighted what they're there for, and like that kind of fundamental need that we have to interact and in social venues. And so, as we kind of highlighted in the video, the brand, that the store now represents that opportunity to really cement emotional connections with the brand. And as Tom said, there's certain things that, try as it might, digital won't be able to deliver purely online. So it's a fusion of those two things coming together. And we're talking to brands now about, you know, really almost preparing for the experience boom that's looking like it's going to happen next year, where we see this kind of fulsome return to the physical experience with brands that have recalibrated their full customer journey and understand like how the customer wants to be met and interacted with at every touch point.
Also, just on that point that Holly's made me think of, that this whole approach to experiential and how people will be shopping, there's, you know, Amazon really has created this final mile delivery system infrastructure globally, which means that in cities there are independent companies that can pick a package up from your warehouse and deliver it to a customer within an hour, potentially at a pop-up event or a retail environment. So you don't have to have massive stock inventory in your stores anymore. You can have stuff distributed across a city, and then you can be delivering it to consumers at home or in store, an environment they want to be in. One company worth looking at if you're interested in that is a San Francisco business called Dark Store, but there are lots of very similar businesses that are being really innovative in this kind of distribution model, supporting companies like, you know, Nike and or other brands, which will augment that kind of experience and make it cost effective, I think.
Yeah, that central fulfillment is something that has been happening because of COVID, and now it's gonna brands will have the opportunity to recalibrate even more, as you're saying, and that will just give us more space and more real estate really to create these memorable experiences in store that are truly unique to the brands. So that's going to be the pull, not the product. It's going to be these non-transactional experiences which really help brands stand apart, but creating them that are memorable and unique to each brand.
Amazing. Thank you all for so many interesting insights and perspectives. I think that is all for questions that we have so far. If anybody had any closing thoughts that they wanted to share, I think we have about a minute or so left.
I think that we obviously that video is designed to be slightly provocative as well, but we would really love to hear people's feedback and to continue the conversation really, and we're happy to kind of like play that again, or like send that around to people that might want to just kind of have a replay of it. It does contain quite a lot of like concepts and ideas all wrapped into 2 minutes, so very happy to reshare.
Yeah, and then from my side, I mean, whether you're watching this and you're in an agency or you're in a brand and you've got some budget worries in the short term, but ambition in the long term, I think now is a very exciting time to be taking the challenge that this sort of terrible virus has created, and then finding opportunities for either your clients or for brands that you work in, because you know, it's out of moments like this that really exciting new ways of doing things will come, and all kinds of things that are happening around us that will become normal behaviors for us in 2-3 years. And it's you know, really down to us combined to push that innovation and make those new behaviors happen, which I think, you know, it's a very exciting opportunity.
Agreed. Well, thank you all for joining us, and thank you everyone for listening in. If you have any questions that we didn't get to or missed in the chat, we'll circle back with you, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for spending the day with us today. So the next session that we have is all about the changing retail behaviors in a contactless world. Momentarily, we're going to be hearing from Blake Rosenthal-Herman. Blake is the Executive Vice President of Global Acceptance Solutions at MasterCard. And she's going to be speaking to us about emerging consumer behaviors alongside their implications for a contactless tech and payment capability. Ultimately, MasterCard consumer data illustrates the level to which COVID-19 has and continues to impact customer behavior. They obviously have a lot of really interesting information to share with us. And generally, consumers worldwide seem to be worried about the big things: personal and family health, financial security in the future. And lifestyles are being adjusted to meet this new normal. So these adjustments are particularly apparent at the checkout in retail environments and with purchasing trends. A no contact lifestyle has emerged, and it appears to be here to stay. So I'd like to welcome Blake to the stage, and curious to hear what she has to say.
Hi, everyone. My name is Blake Rosenthal, and I lead Global Acceptance Solutions for MasterCard. I'm really happy to be here with you today. What I'm going to be talking about is how the demand for touch-free consumer experiences are changing. What I'm going to talk to you about today is how the demand for touch-free experiences are rising in a post-COVID environment, and the profound impacts that that's going to have on your business and the retail sector in general. So I just want to start by reflecting a bit about my experience in quarantine. And my experience was we had a lot more time together as a family. We found ourselves on the couch at night looking for things to watch, looking through Hulu and Apple TV and Netflix and on demand. never knowing the volume of material I will have needed to go through. But I came across this movie called Contagion. It's a 2011 movie starring Gwyneth Paltrow. And in the opening scenes, the camera follows Gwyneth Paltrow through the Hong Kong airport, zooming in on everything she touches. The bowl of peanuts she eats from, the glass she drinks from, the credit card that she uses to pay. So the spoiler alert is Gwyneth Paltrow is patient zero in a global pandemic, not unlike the one that we're experiencing today. And though this is a fictionalized event, there are many parallels just from this opening scene that we can draw into our real world today. And I think what this opening scene shows is that the touching and the hygiene factor of touching is really, really critical. And we hear that from our consumers today. So MasterCard recently surveyed 17,000 consumers across 19 countries. And I'll reference this survey a few times. But what we heard from our consumers was that 75% say that concerns around hygiene are here to stay. And we can corroborate that with our own data if we look at contactless payments. So in the first quarter of this year, we saw a 40% year-over-year increase in contactless payments. And then when we look at February to March alone, we look specifically in grocery and pharmacy, which were generally the categories that were most open, we saw that contactless payments grew twice as fast as non-contactless payments. Now, 74% of consumers surveyed say they will continue to use contactless post-pandemic. And why is that? It's because it is touch-free. The card or the phone doesn't even have to touch the terminal. It's safe, it's fast. It's 10 times fast, actually, as a chip transaction. So consumers are looking to get in and out of stores. So contactless payments enables them to do that in a quick and safe manner where they're in control. So most of consumers stated that they won't resume normal activity until there's a cure. So I guess the obvious question is, which categories will consumers go to resume pre-COVID activity in the fastest? And while we don't have a crystal ball, our consumer research shows that consumers are looking to resume pre-COVID activity, but intend to do that in a phased approach. They're going to start with the things that they do every day, like grocery shopping, going to work, and they're going to wait for things like that where there's large groups of people, like sporting events or traveling. Even though, despite the fact that travel is one of the most missed experiences consumers cite, they're going to wait for it. And so, what does this tell us? It tells us that consumers are going to go back to the things where they feel safe and in control. And so, what are some of the solutions that we can bring forward to help consumers feel safe and control based on the trends that we're seeing? And one of the answers to that is contactless. As we see in our data today, contactless transactions are on the rise. Consumers intend to use contactless post-pandemic. So as a retailer, I think it's a priority for you to make sure that your contactless experience is optimal in your store. And there's a recipe for this, and it's not very complicated, but we've seen it work time over time over the more than decade that we've worked with countries to optimize contactless. And it starts with simple things. Make sure the limit that you have for contactless is set to the highest limit in the market. Take the signature requirement out of the transaction. It's not required anymore. Make sure the terminal is in arm's length of the consumer, so the consumer can easily tap. Branding. Consumers are looking for that contactless branding, and it's a cue for them. So make sure the contactless branding is evident. And then your cashiers are your ambassadors. So they need to understand what contactless payments are. They need to be trained potentially. So you might need to update your new hire training. They need to be able to be conversant with consumers around questions or how to pay. And I know these things sound really simple, but they are really the recipe for success. And we've seen it in many countries. Over 70 countries around the world are increasing their contactless limits. So again, make sure you're leveraging that in your stores. But 82% of consumers say that contactless is the cleaner way to pay. So they're literally associating hygiene with this form of payment. So I think it's really important that we listen to them and incorporate their need into the checkout experience. I'd also like to reference a new solution that's in the market right now called Tap on Phone. And what this does is it turns your Android device into an acceptance device. It's low cost, it's easy to initiate, and we had initially thought that this would be a perfect solution for small businesses, which it is. But what we're also seeing is there's demand from large retailers who are interested in using it for things like queue busting. And it makes perfect sense, as you're looking to limit the number of people that are in your store, but optimize or maximize throughput, you could use technology like Tap on Phone to move people more quickly through the checkout process, leveraging the contactless payment experience. So we're seeing a lot of demand. There's over 70 programs active worldwide, and we're partnering with innovators around the world to bring this forward. So best practices around Tap on Phone, best practices around contactless, whether it's cashier training, whether it's optimizing the payment flow, even decals. We have advisory services. We have tons of material that is available that we can share with you, and there are advisory services that we can specialize to your needs. So if you're interested in any of that, I would encourage you to reach out. So it's not just contactless where we've seen a surge. We've certainly seen a surge in digital payments overall. And in May alone, Spending Pulse data, we saw a 93% year-over-year increase in digital payments. And 7 out of 10 consumers that we surveyed say that they believe the shift from cash to digital is here to stay. Now, innovating in the digital space for MasterCard has predates COVID, right? We've been working on digital solutions to optimize consumer experience or merchant experience for decades, for a very long time. And so I just would like to highlight a couple of these products that have seen a tremendous amount of demand recently. One is called Simplify Commerce. And what that is it takes a physical storefront and gives it a digital footprint. And it has tools like web builder components that enable you to take your physical storefront to digital within days. We've seen a tremendous amount of demand for that as stores that were traditionally even not accepting payments or only accepting, we see a tremendous amount of demand for this product. As many stores have forced to go from physical only to digital to enable things like curbside pickup or other use cases like that. I also like to highlight a solution we have called Click to Pay. And what Click to Pay is, it's a standard-based checkout experience for consumers on their phone where their card is on file and they can quickly move through checkout and select the card that they want to use through a standard experience. So it's not a different experience from site to site, from merchant to merchant, and they don't have to type in their card credentials again. And so this enables a friction-free checkout experience, which also reduces abandonment. So those are just two solutions that we've seen a tremendous demand for in this time. The other thing that we're seeing is, we just talked about what's happening in the physical world, we talked about what's happening in the digital world, but we're seeing a convergence of those two spaces. We have solutions that are in market that are examples of physical and digital convergence, such as QR. So QR code, which is predominantly available in emerging markets, enables a consumer to use their phone to scan a merchant QR and make a payment immediately. So we're seeing many innovators come forward with solutions like this. And we're working closely with our partners to think through what are the right solutions in different markets to accommodate the different needs that consumers are vocalizing and demonstrating. So I think, this was a snapshot of what we're seeing, and I hope you found some of the insights from the research useful. But I think what we're hearing through the voice of the consumer is that the behaviors that we're seeing in COVID are here to stay. So as a retailer, it's important to ask yourself some critical questions around, how do you streamline the customer experience to optimize for your business? which geographies are best suited to the different technologies or different products that are out there? And how can we use, historical spend data or other data points to benchmark and evaluate new demands or new experiences? And I would say MasterCard is well positioned to help you answer many of these questions, all of these questions, and with best practices and advisory services that we can tailor to your business need. So thank you so much for having me here today, and I look forward to hearing from some of you. Take care. Hi, everyone.
Hi there. Thanks so much for sticking with us. So this is the portion of the day where we have invited a couple of the solution providers in the PSFK network to take the stage. Always great to hear from technology vendors, service vendors, to hear about how they're going about leveraging tech to provide solutions. So our first one in this. Hi there. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Our first one in this case is Imogen Weathered. Imogen is the founder of Houdini. She's going to be talking about how her software is helping retailers such as Samsung and Nike to safely reopen their stores through managing virtual queues, enabling customers to pre-schedule store visit times, and by enabling curbside pickup. So all things obviously that are very important at this moment in time. With that said, would love to welcome Imogen to the stage.
hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm very excited to be here today. My name's Imogen Weatherhead and I'm the founder and CEO at Qdini, and I'm going to give you a quick run through of how we're helping retailers to keep stores safe and open during COVID-19 with some live demos from our customers. So I'm going to share my screen. Great. So in today's world, safety and fair treatment is absolutely paramount. And brands need to address this. Oh, sorry, one second. Pictures. So yeah, in today's world, safety and fair treatment is absolutely paramount. And brands need to address this in order to ensure that their stores can stay open through COVID-19 and also to ensure that their brand stays relevant into the future. So what we're helping Qdini, at Qdini, we're helping world-leading retailers to create safe and fair customer experiences at a time where it matters more than ever. And that's all through our retail choreography suite. So we offer tools for appointment scheduling, queue management, event management, and task management. And within the COVID-19 environment, we're helping retailers to enable customers to schedule times to visit stores so they can stay safe, to schedule in-person services or even virtual services online, to also virtually queue so they don't have to physically stand in a waiting line. They can join a virtual queue and receive updates while they wait. So it's a very fair and also safe queuing process. As well as helping retailers to offer safe, contactless, curbside click and collect from their store entrance or curbside. And in addition, we've helped a number of brands to take their usual in-store events online so they can stay engaged with their customers. And I'm just going to give you a quick couple of demos into some of our clients' user journeys. So first of all is appointment scheduling. So enabling retailers to enable customers to schedule times to visit store or for in-person and virtual services. So if we just go to the Samsung's website here, customers who want to receive one-to-one support for fixing their phones or repairs even, they can go to the Samsung website, and from here they can decide if they want to book an in-store appointment or a virtual appointment. So say I'm a customer at home and I've broken my phone and I want to go to store, but I'm quite cautious about the COVID-19 landscape. I don't really want to leave my house or take any kind of transport. So if I look at the store locator, I can't find a store near me. So instead I just book a virtual appointment. And I can see there's lots of availability from the end of the week, and I can select the time, enter my details, and once done, I'll get emails and text messages confirming my appointment time. Say I've then booked my phone repair. In addition, I've been getting a little bit scruffy since I've been working from home for so long, and I'm about to maybe go back into the office one day a week in the near future. So I want to brush up my appearance a bit. So I can go to Brown Thomas, which is a department store retailer. So on their website, I can go on and I actually have the same options for virtual appointment with a personal shopping advisor. So I can book time to speak with a personal shopping advisor here. Or actually, if I went back to their website and I saw that the store is actually not too far away, I could actually book a time to come into store. So I can still stay safe and I can still be cautious by not just going into store when it might be busy. I can book a secure place, select the time. And as you can see here, this is actually a live demo of our customers' software, and they are already very busy with customers booking virtual appointments, which is why they have such low availability, which is a really great thing. So we're driving a lot of traffic to both their virtual services and their stores. The next journey that I wanted to show you is virtual queuing. So that was the appointment booking journey, enabling customers to book their store visits and services. This is if customers walk up. So you haven't planned that they're going to be there and you need to handle how they come in and communicate with them while they're waiting. So say I've just gone to the Brown Thomas store, I've brushed up my appearance, I've got some nice clothing, and on the way home, I decide it's time to go and get some groceries. But the grocery store, I was there last week and I was waiting in the queue in the wait line, and it was really busy, and there was a really long wait line outside. It was raining because I'm from Seattle, and also there was a customer behind me who kept trying to push in front, and they were getting way too close. It made me feel really, really nervous, and also it just felt unfair. It felt like they were going to push in front of me, and in addition, the customer that was there before me, they managed to get in just before it started raining, even though we both got to the queue at the same time. So that was frustrating. But now this grocery store has implemented Chiudini. So as a customer, I can go on and actually now join a digital queue from my phone, and I can wait in my car and stay updated. So as a customer, I scan a QR code from my phone, and in the car park, or even I've got this web link from the retailer's website, I can then enter my details and my group size, so it's just me. And once I've selected that, I'm added to the virtual queue. So I now know that I'm position 6. I can wait from the comfort of my car, and when it's nearly my turn, I'll get a text message, and this will also update to position 1 live while I'm waiting. So as a customer, it's a really fair process. I didn't have to worry about anyone getting too close to me. I didn't have to have any argue or contention with anyone, and I stayed dry throughout the process, and I even managed to get some work emails done from my phone. The next one is if I am on my way home and I've ordered an online order from the store. So say this is a UK version of Best Buy, so it's Curry's PC World, Dixon's Car Phone. I've ordered a kettle, and on my way home I need to go and pick it up. So when I get to the store, I'll be able to access an email message that I've already received from the retailer telling me that my order is in store. And from that, I can click a link, or I can also access this link by scanning a QR code from the car park. But I can simply say that I'm in store. I'm here to collect by car. I can enter my details. They have a few other details they want us to provide. And great, so I'm added in a virtual queue to now pick up my online order. So similar journey to the grocery store, but this time I'm not even queuing to go in the store. I'm just waiting my car till someone comes out with my online order, the kettle that I've ordered online. And when I'm done, I just get a text message telling me when they found it, I get a text message telling me to open the boot of my car, and I can simply shut the boot when they've put it inside, and I can drive straight off without even getting out of my car. Then the final thing that we're helping brands with is enabling them to have their customers book virtual events online, so taking their different tutorials and workshops online. So this is a bank that we work with. So say, as this customer, I've come home, and throughout my journeys throughout the different stores I've just been to, I was receiving a few different notifications from the bank, and I realized I really need to get up to speed with online banking. So I can go to my bank's website, and I can see they've got these new digital lessons. I can click that I want to sign up for a digital lesson, and from there, I can see the different lessons that they've got. I'm free on Friday, so I can sign up, enter my details, and I'll book onto that event with the brand in order to attend a digital lesson on online banking. Great. So that is a quick demo of how we're helping brands during COVID-19 with appointment scheduling, virtual queuing, contactless online order pickup, and also online event booking. And what you would have noticed is that throughout this journey, as a customer, I stayed safe, and I felt that the brand really cared about my safety. It also was fair and equal. I didn't have to get in a queue and wait behind anyone at any time. And I was able to stay updated throughout the process. And also, all of the content that you saw was branded with the brand. So I stayed engaged with the retailer throughout the journey, and I was able to build a relationship with them at the same time. And what we're really helping retailers to do with this different journey that I've just shown you is to ensure that their stores stay safe and they can stay open, and therefore they can stay relevant. And all the while we're helping brands to increase sales. So we've helped retailers to reduce walkouts by 62%. We've helped them to increase sales spend by 33%. We've helped them to increase loyalty. All of them have seen NPS scores rise to an all-time high. We've also helped them to improve their allocation of resources and also improve efficiency and productivity. And in addition, build competitive advantage that really accelerates their brands into the future. So all of this is about making stores stay really safe and interesting throughout COVID-19, but also accelerating beyond that into better experiences. And Brian Cornell, CEO of Target, recently said, retailers who are combining great store experience and exciting product and great services with the convenience that digital offers will be the winners from COVID-19. So thank you all for watching this brief demo. Please feel free to get in touch with me if you'd like to learn any more information. And on the screen now, you'll see 2 QR codes. So what you can do here is on the left-hand side here, if you scan that, you'll be able to join a digital queue. And if you scan the one on the right-hand side, you'll be able to book an appointment with our demo system. So you just take it on your phone, open up, and that should open a URL. So you can book an appointment and try the different experience, or actually this one's a booking an event. Great, so I am ready to
Okay. Thanks so much for that, Imogen. A real pro. You breezed through that demo, but super relevant stuff right now. So excited for this next conversation. We're going to be talking about designing new experiences that drive engagement in store. In this session, we're going to hear from Perch CEO Trevor Sumner and UX Director Sandra Adakora. They're going to be talking to us about an emerging field of business-to-consumer content marketing called product engagement marketing. This is different from traditional shopper marketing and other similar techniques. For the first time, you can message every product on the shelf and unite all the digital content with each physical product, its corresponding product ratings, reviews, and brand videos. So very excited to hear this conversation about all the promises of this type of omni-channel technology. With that said, I will give the floor to Trevor and Sandra.
Hello, everybody. My name is Trevor Sumner. I'm the CEO of Perch, coming to you from the clouds of downtown Brooklyn. Thanks for taking the time. I'm really excited to be here with Sandra Adakora, who is our Director of User Experience and Design. Say hello, Sandra.
Hi, everyone.
As we said, we're really interested in this kind of notion of product engagement marketing. Ultimately, when we think about retail, we think about connecting shoppers and products, people and products. And the reality is that hasn't been done differently for decades. And I think that digital creates the ability to disrupt the way we think about that and the way we combine the best of both digital and physical retail. We're going to show you some best practices in design that we've learned as part of that process. So, Sandra, do you want to pull up our slides?
Yes.
Great. So hopefully you can see that, and we'll go into presentation mode. All right, it's up for me, so I hope it's up for you. So great, let's jump in. If you think about, kind of retail and brick and mortar, people always ask me, like, Trevor, you're a technologist. What are you doing in brick and mortar retail? E-commerce is the future. Well, the reality is over 75% of retail sales occur in brick and mortar stores. You can actually see the annual consumer spend increase in brick and mortar has been higher. And, people who say that e-commerce is the future, 80% of millennials and Gen Z actually prefer shopping in store, right? So, this should be our focus, but the question is, why isn't it growing more? Why isn't it connecting? And that's what we really want to address. But it's not just that it's bigger, but really that brick and mortar unlocks profitability, right? So stores have better cost of acquisition at scale. That's why Amazon is going into brick and mortar. In fact, Amazon doesn't make a lot of money on e-commerce, much to kind of the misnomer of the industry. They make money on their marketplace. They make money on their ad platform. They make money on AWS. 2/3 of direct-to-consumer companies who've raised over $6 million open up stores because that's where the profitability is. Nike just announced a loss, not just because of the 38% sales cost, but their margins decreased by 8% because they went from a richer mix of e-commerce. Omnichannel shoppers spend 7 times as much as e-commerce only shoppers. Return rates are 70% lower in stores. Stores have a bigger impact on brand. So we know that brick and mortar is really kind of crucial to the story of retail. So why isn't, why do we need to look at digital and in such a focus? It's because 87% of shoppers begin their product journey online. And the reason is that's where the content lives. We know what they want. They want videos and ratings and reviews. They want to be able to, they need that information. We crave that information to select products. So in thinking about digital and e-commerce, going to the next slide, it's like, why can't I, I can click on products online. Why can't I click on products in store? And so you take a look at, what traditional technologies, what that click is in store. It's the ability to touch a product. That is effectively what a click is in store. And we think about that as the opportunity to kind of bring in this content. But when you don't bring in that content, when you don't provide content like that, 27% of shoppers are going to go into their mobile phones. and actually go in store and then buy your product online, right? So if you think about that, that might be buying from you, they may be buying from Amazon, they may be buying something else. It's a lost opportunity. So we really think about this omnichannel as a mixture between physical and digital shopping. Next slide, Sandra. And I think this is a huge opportunity because if you look at the dark blue line, which is the media spend and the proportion to retail sales, right? Like we're spending the majority of our digital ad dollars online, and that's only where 25% of sales are happening. So there's a huge gap, and it's completely inverted that we haven't been spending digital media in store. And the reason is because we lack the ability to do product level information, and we lack the data associated with it so that we can optimize these campaigns. So if you think about it, if you think about touching a product as a click, right, of a product, and you think about every single row and aisle in every store, billions of impressions, billions of product interactions, billions in purchases with almost zero digital media and zero data. But that's about to change. And we're seeing that through a variety of different technologies. And that's why I'm excited to actually introduce the real star of the show, which is Sandra, to talk about what we've learned about how to use technology to both deliver digital media that's actually relevant at the product level, that helps connect a shopper and a product, but also how to collect the data in a way to constantly inform in-store design and improve sales lifts, business outcomes, and overall the customer experience. So with that, Sandra, why don't you take the keys?
Thank you so much, Trevor. Yeah, so what I want to talk about is what we call product engagement marketing, which is, as Trevor so greatly introduced, marketing techniques and technologies that drive shoppers to engage with products. But before I go into sort of the details of how we do that, how that works, I want to take a step back and look at the shopper journey when it comes to product engagement. So here we see an overview of some of the touch point that you encounter in store as you move closer to your decision to purchase, as you find the product that is of your interest. So looking at all the touch points that relate to product engagement, from store signage, figuring out where in the store your product is located, to shelf talkers, QR codes, digital signage, and product packaging. These are the touch points that we know today. And the issue here is that if you look at these bars, that they fail to provide the right experience at the right moment. As the customer kind of moves closer to the product, we can think of their attention increasing, but the level of information available doesn't increase at the same rate. So at this moment where your customer is closest to the product, they're actually holding it in their hand. The only information that's available is what's on the product packaging, which is tiny little type that doesn't provide much information. So this leads to kind of a variety of customer pain points. So at this kind of last step of the product engagement journey, where the customer is really trying to select, to figure out if the product they selected is the right one for them. It's difficult to figure out if they can trust new product options. It's difficult to explore options for customizations. It can be difficult to try on products, and really just figuring out if it's the right product for them. So this is what we think of as the product engagement marketing opportunity. So transforming those pain points into opportunities and actually solving them by providing the content that you need. So the way to think about it is that we're closing this gap between information and attention. So at this level, when the customer is holding the product in their hand and you have their full attention, this is the opportunity to provide the information that they need. So this information includes product details, such as product features, benefits, specifications, and video, social proof, such as ratings, reviews, and influencer videos, complementary products, product visualization, such as virtual try-on, product selection tools, and really just providing the right experience at the right time. And all of this can happen at this crucial moment of product touch when the customer really needs it. So you might think, how is this different from digital signage? We have a screen that's placed in store. We have the product. But when you think about digital signage, what often happens is that the screen interrupts rather than assists the customer journey by providing non-targeted information. So if you think of the product of interest where your attention is focused and then the screen, a lot of the time what happens, because those two don't have a direct relationship, is that there's a battle of attention between the two. But when we talk about intelligent displays and product engagement marketing, we actually help guide the customer's attention. So from the product that they have picked up, we use sound and visuals to bridge the gap, to make a connection to the screen. We can also guide the attention back to products using planogram overviews, using lights that light up the shelf to show you where the product is. So really what this does when you think about the customer journey is that it creates kind of a guided user experience. So rather than having this fight for attention, you're really taking control of the customer's attention and helping them get the information that is most crucial to them. And on top of this, we're actually able to collect data here. So not only are you able to provide this very consistent user journey, you're also able to see what that journey looks like for the user and send that product engagement data back to you as a brand or a retailer. And I'll get into this a little bit later on about how we use this data to optimize the experience. So it kind of becomes this cyclical process. But before I do that, I want to just really zoom in on this moment of product touch, because not only is it magical that we're able to provide an experience where you know, the display is so intelligent that it knows what product you're picking up. So it kind of creates this, from a user perspective, magical experience where what you're seeing on the screen corresponds to what you're holding in your hand. But also from a business perspective, we know that touching a product makes consumers 40 to 60% more likely to purchase, and that shoppers value products 75% more if they hold them for just 30 seconds. So this moment of product touch is really so crucial, which is why we want to optimize how it works for customers. So a little bit about how to do that, how to bridge this gap between physical and digital, and how to create intelligent visuals that support and enhance this product engagement journey. So I think even before I get into these steps, the very first things, and I could have shown a better example for this here on the side, but is we actually know that portrait screens drive more engagement. So just thinking about how the screen orientation works in store, it can also be active customer. What we do from there is that we draw the customer's attention in. So using motion and messaging to draw them in, to highlight these moments of interactivity on the screen, and also the fact that the whole display itself is interactive. From there, being able to react and guide the customer. So using sound to guide the attention from product to screen. So let's say you're shopping at an end cap and you bent down to pick up a product. You hear a sound from the screen that guides your attention. From there, you see a picture of the product that you're holding in your hand to confirm this relationship between the physical and digital. So we make sure to confirm the interaction through visuals. Fourth, we reward engagement by using videos, also sounds, to keep the customers engaged. So really focusing on providing the most impactful media upfront. To build trust, we use ratings and reviews to establish trustworthiness. And what we can do from there is make suggestions. So the customer is already holding one product in their hand. So from there, we have the opportunity to suggest related products, and that would drive increase of basket size. We also make suggestions just in terms of interactivity. So animated buttons help identify touch points. And I think this is an important point because A lot of the times when we think about digital, we think about personal devices, and digital in physical spaces is different. So we need kind of specific design tactics to show like how the screen is interactive. And then lastly, being intentional. So using technology such as front-facing cameras, we're able to target visuals and messaging based on demographic. So I'm sure some of you are thinking, like, what does this look like? Today, we're living in this time of COVID-19. The world as we know it is changing very rapidly. So I just wanted to take a look at these touch points again and kind of relate them to this idea of actual physical touch. So if you look at the first ones, no touch is necessary. And then you look at the screen ones marked in orange, where you can have the option for touch. And then finally, the moment of picking up the product is this touch inevitable moment. So that really just speaks to us wanting to reward that moment even more. So we cannot avoid picking up products. So why not reward that interaction with the information that is needed? Furthermore, the CDC has declared that surface transmission is not a major pathway of COVID-19 contagion. So we're also seeing this in that touchscreen usage is now above pre-COVID levels for our displays in store. Still, there's some initiatives we can take to make our displays even more, or any display in store, even more COVID friendly. So there's antimicrobial film that can be attached to a display and actually helps clean the display. Like, it's a self-cleaning film that will kill COVID-19 or any other virus in about 30 minutes. Another big advantage is the ability to kind of provide sales assistance through the screen, which is safer than in like person-to-person interaction. So an example of that is here, this Make It Mine personalization, where you're actually able to explore kind of a more complicated personalization, like customization journey for these purses that you otherwise would have needed a store associate to kind of walk you through. This also opens up for the opportunity for gesture-based interactions. So creating, like, thinking through new ways of actually controlling a display that doesn't involve touching a surface. So when you think about these experiences, I think what I've been focused on the most is how to create this engaging experience for the customer. But what comes out of this is also all this data that we're actually able to gain insight into middle of the funnel shopper behavior. And we're able to take that insight and feed it back into the design process and optimize how we design these experiences. So we have an example of this from Johnson & Johnson, where one of their products on an end cap, Clean and Clear, was their worst performing product, the least amount of screen touches, the least amount of product touches. But where it was performing was in the conversion from product pickup to screen interaction. So we were able to see that even though it wasn't performing well, there was something different here, that people were picking up this product and then going to the screen. So what we did is compare the content that was featured for this product compared to other products. And we saw that the only difference was the use of influencer videos. So even though Aveeno had, celebrity videos with Jennifer Aniston, there was Kerry Washington, this Clean and Clear was performing so well on the content side using influencer videos. So what we did was implement influencer videos across the board, and we're actually able to see a 10% lift in sales and a 20% increase in engagement across the board. So this is like a really incredible opportunity for us as designers as well, to actually be able to see the impact of the experiences that we create and then feed that back into the design process. So finally, just rounding up here, as we were talking about data, just looking at how this product engagement marketing approach really differs. Our results here showing, 4 to 5 times higher customer engagement, which when I think about it from a design perspective, I think this ties back to this idea of not fighting for attention between the screen and the product, but actually guiding them and tying them together. So using the digital content to enhance the product engagement experience. And also in terms of sales, we're just, this increased engagement is also, helping us drive sales and really just showing how tying the content together is the most crucial to achieve this.
Yeah, so thank you, Sandra. I think you gave a great overview. And look, a lot of these insights about what content hits, when to play the right sound, when to use the right image associated with the product, that comes through data, right? And so I think that this is like, I have a lot of friends in the digital signage industry, and they hate it when I say this, but I do believe it. The digital signage, traditional digital signage, is the banner ad of in-store retail. And if you remember banner ads, which we're now blind to, it's interruptive media. Maybe it's Maybelline, maybe it's Maybelline. And that's great for brand building, but that doesn't help consumers pick a product. It doesn't help you, it doesn't have the analytics associated with it to realize what types of digital actually influence people. Sandra mentioned the example with Johnson & Johnson. We've also looked at, Macy's and looked at, imagine asking a brand, if they weren't able to see the conversion rate of their advertisement, right, online, you'd think they were crazy. But ask brands, when somebody picks up their product, what percentage of the time does it convert to a sale? They'll look at you like you have 9 heads. How does, we work with Macy's on the fragrance side of the house. How does your fragrance, when somebody picks it up and smells it, convert to sales better than the guy next to him? Brands have no idea. And not having that information on the conversion rates means you're flying blind, right? Whether it's the way that digital influences it, whether your pricing or packaging strategy influences it, all of design starts opening up when you have a platform for instrumenting each behavior at the shelf, each click into the product, each media impression. That can be the packaging, it could be the shelf talker, it could be the QR code, or it could be an interactive display. And so, I think of this as being, for the first time, really being able to do product level marketing in store and to connect the shoppers with products and understand that connection. And to me, that's what really excites me. Whether it's Perch, whether it's your mobile app, whether it's an RFID-based system, I think starting to think through the way this data can be used and also can broker closer relationships between retailers and brands and the way they share this data is really exciting to us. And I think is really going to impact the way we see the future of in-store design. So thank you for joining our talk. If you have any questions, reach out to me. I'm Trevor at Perch Interactive. Sandra is Sandra at perchinteractive.com. And we're also, on LinkedIn and Twitter and all those things. So please connect with us, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Trevor and Sandra. Really interesting stuff. Our next session, which is the final, actually not the final of our tech demos, but we're going to hear about unleashing the power of computer vision and spatial AI in your physical environment. I've had the opportunity to see George share his technology previously. Really interesting stuff. I think you'll find it really compelling. But in this session, we're going to hear from George Shaw. He's the CEO of Pather. Pather is a spatial AI platform and data analytics-driven behavior engine that evaluates the way that people and objects move through and interact within their physical environment. He's going to tell us how we use We can use cutting edge artificial intelligence to set occupancy based on your space with as little as a floor plan, as well as share special use cases in light of social distancing practices. So excited to hear what he has to say.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, I'm George, founder and CEO of Pather. Today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Pather and about how we're using our platform to solve one of the new challenges that retailers and others are facing during the pandemic. So first, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So Pather is a spatial intelligence company. What is that? What does spatial intelligence mean? Well, we use data about the location of people and products inside physical spaces to help the operators of those spaces better manage their businesses. So what does that actually mean? What really is that? Well, let's look at some examples of spatial intelligence in action. Here we'll look at a visualization of staff and customers moving through a bike shop near Pather HQ in San Francisco. Staff is in green, customers are in blue. Our machine learning can pick out instances of staff and customers interacting automatically using just the tracking that in this store leverages their existing surveillance system. We can see that the system is automatically picking out staff and customer interactions, as well as customer, and staff interactions, and separating those. As time speeds up here, we'll run through an entire day of data and watch how these patterns unfold as we aggregate the locations of these various interactions. One of the things that we can see is that staff and customers are interacting more frequently towards the bottom right of the store, whereas customers are interacting more frequently with customers towards the top left. So this is a teachable moment for the staff in this store. They're spending more time towards the front selling the bikes, and they should have been spending more time towards the back of the store helping customers understand which accessories they actually needed. We can also help with loss prevention. Here, our system is watching each individual as they move through the store, gaining an understanding of their behavior using just their locations, so that eventually it can automatically detect that one individual is doing something suspicious. With no other information than their locations over time, there's no PII whatsoever, we identify who's shoplifting and who isn't. We can look at some operational use cases as well. We can understand the ideal restocking route in a given store at a given time and measure staff against this ideal to help them optimize their routes. We can also determine when is the ideal time to open new checkouts and measure the throughput and other performance metrics for each checkout. And given that we can do all of those harder use cases, of course, we can collect various zone-based and tripwire-based analytics, telling marketers, for example, how many people walked past their location versus how many people came in as an indicator of how well their signage is performing. So that was the world until February. Then COVID came along and changed everything. Retailers closed their doors, investors circled the wagons, and everybody was locked at home. Because we're spatial intelligence nerds, we were particularly focused on the aspects of the pandemic that relate to the movements of people. We closely follow geospatial analytics companies like Placer and Unicast, and we've been paying a lot of attention to the various types of digital contact tracing that are available, like SafePaths from MIT. But one area where we have firsthand interest and knowledge is in social distance and how it relates to people moving through stores. Stores that were open suddenly needed to think about social distance, and ones that were closed were going to need to understand social distance in order to reopen. So what do retailers want to know about social distance in their stores? Well, to start, they need to know how well their current location supports social distance, given normal amounts of foot traffic. If I open my doors today and my usual customer base came back, would people be bumping into each other, or would they have adequate space to move around? If the answer to that question is no, the next question you'll ask is how do I immediately provide social distance to my constituents? This will entail limiting the number of people who I allow in the door, but what should that limit be? We've seen lots of operators using percentages of the fire code or a fixed number of people per aisle or which way the wind blows that day. There's a lot of guesswork going on. And what I want to advocate for instead is a principled statistical approach that eliminates guesswork and sets occupancy limits based on science. And once you've set your occupancy, given your current space, of course, the next thing you want to do is to increase that occupancy safely by optimizing your space. So we start with just a floor plan and some basic information about foot traffic that can be taken from traffic counters, transactions, or other sources. From there, our AI builds a sophisticated statistical model, which we're visualizing here. In this statistical model, we capture the movements of people through the space over the course of days and weeks of simulated shopping. And in this movement data, we can pick out instances of unsafe contacts, visualized here as red circles. This produces a mathematical understanding of how well suited a space is to social distance for a given amount of foot traffic and realistic shopping behaviors. When more data is available, we can include it in our AI model, bringing this synthetic environment closer and closer to reality, including going all the way to integrating live data feeds and monitoring unsafe contacts continuously in real time. But regardless of how the data is generated, what we end up with is a big pile of unsafe contact locations. We use that data to create a report like the one you see summarized here. We note how many people the fire code allows, and then how many people are typical to this space and whether the space is risky given normal foot traffic. This riskiness is characterized using our social distance score, or SDS, which is a number from 1 to 10, where 1 is people standing shoulder to shoulder, an environment with no distance at all, to 10, which is maximum distance between people, a giant room with just one person in it. Capturing this information in a score allows operators to flag different levels of acceptable risk and to compare locations within a fleet as well as to locations from others' fleets and even other types of locations. I'm able to say things like, this store performs better than these other 10 stores and has a level of risk appropriate to my industry and conditions in my region. In a case like this one, where the space is currently risky, we also make a recommendation as to how many occupants the space should be limited to. This number is based on our AI models and takes into account the layout, shopping behavior, levels of foot traffic, and other variables that 20% of the fire code can never take into consideration. Finally, again, taking into consideration the layout and shopping behavior, we identify ways to make the space better. Are one-way aisles the way to go? Maybe you need to fix your checkouts. And if you do all of that, how many people can you allow inside? This optimization is pretty key, so let's take a closer look. Here you're seeing a heat map of unsafe contact locations. White and yellow are problem areas or zones where lots of unsafe contacts happen. Our system picks these hotspots out automatically and provides other tools for understanding unsafe contacts, like how spread out or clustered they are. Then we work with retailers to determine how best to remedy the trouble areas, given their own in-store environments. We represent those fixes in the model, and then the AI takes over again, telling us how many occupants the space can hold with the fixes in place. So to summarize that process we just went through, does my space currently support social distance? We evaluate this with a social distance score, or SDS, that lets you compare apples to apples over time and across locations. What should my maximum occupancy be given layout and shopper behavior in your store? We use our AI models to determine this maximum occupancy so that we're setting it intelligently, not using guesswork. And what should I change to increase maximum occupancy? And what can I increase it to while maintaining the best possible environment for staff and customers? What changes can I make so that I can move my limit up and know that I have comfort and confidence in doing so? So that's all I have for today. I hope you found this intro to spatial distance analytics helpful. I'm George, founder and CEO of Pather. Don't hesitate to reach out if you'd like to learn more about Pather and the work that we do. Thanks. And it looks like we have a question from the audience. Yep. So somebody from the audience has asked how we identify customer versus employee. Yeah, that's a good question. In most cases, we can do that just based on where they go and where they spend their time and the movement patterns that we see. So we're not actually using visual cues. We're just using where somebody spends their time. So the intuition is if you spend a lot of time behind the cash wrap, you probably work there. If you're in the store for 6 hours, you probably work there, and so on and so forth. So it's really our same kind of pattern matching machine learning that we're able to apply to identifying who's staff and who's the customer. Okay, thanks for your time. I'm George, founder and CEO of Pather.